Hey there, everybody. It's Unstoppable Stiletti again, and we're having another hybrid stream today of both Definitive Edition 3 and Wars of Liberty together. Meaning that we're going to do both recordings from Definitive Edition 3 submitted by HVNY, and then we got a huge stack of Codefender and Nathan submitted Wars of Liberty games to look at too, that just came in today and yesterday. So we'll get to do that wonderful stuff. And just like last time, half the recordings out of synced outright, so we can't do them. Well, wait a second now. One of them didn't even load at all. It said that the file was improper. Yeah, so we got a whole new bug to worry about. Yeah, World's Edge. What were you thinking? That's all I can say. Yeah, and it gets even better too, because of the three of the four recordings that we're going to get to do today, there is an out of sync towards the end of the match. There is, but I figured I went through them, and we can technically do these because there is some sort of combat and strategy to go over with it. I kind of know when the out sync's going to happen, so I'm not going to be surprised about. Just a little disappointed that a new game made around the time I graduated university as a remake of the original Age of Empires 3 has worse recording game quality than the original game. So, yeah, that's just disappointment. That's all. But other than that, it's going to be a fun time, you know? Yeah, totally. So, yeah, this should be a really fun stream today, people. Should be totally entertaining. If you love Age of Empires 3, if you love the yap about Age of Empires 3, this is the place to be. We got a home for you here, and you will probably most likely enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, I'd be pretty surprised, because maybe then you're just an AoE2 enjoyer, I guess, which, you know, not a bad thing, but Mm. Mm. Yeah. Imagine saying Yeah, it's a little weird, but So from what it looks like, unless I'm completely wrong about my assumptions, most of the stream is going to be Wars of Liberty, just because of the volume of recordings submitted for Wars of Liberty vastly outnumbers the submissions for Definitive Edition 3, even before you count the out of sync factor, right? If here's the thing: the three of the four that didn't work, or I should, three of the four that didn't work, basically were treaty games. So if those treaty games actually functioned and did their job, we would probably be doing Definitive Edition 3 for most of the night, because treaty games, just the treaty periods alone, would have accumulated to like 2 hours or something. And that's big because, you know, we just go to like 11 or so usually. So we would have spent most of the time in Definitive Edition 3. Now it's looking like, at most, we're going to probably have like an hour Definitive Edition 3, and then I'm just going to yap into Wars of Liberty for the rest of the night. Thanks to World's Edge, of course. Yeah, thanks to World's Edge. Who can't possibly get a working record game in a modern game title. Yeah. Yeah, but I think we all know why that happened. Well, that's the thing, though. I think they even screwed it up in Age of Mythology too. Not to be a negative Nancy, but if you go over to Age of Mythology Retold and you try to cast stuff from over there, Game Rex, I think it's even worse. And that was a more recent title than the 5th Edition 3, and they didn't fix that stuff either. So it's like, dude, you know how hurting that is to the esports community over there. Yeah, not being able to even cast their submit game recs in case they can't do it live. You know, because not everybody can be there to cast the series live, and of course, you know, you have issues like slow mo and stuff that prevents you from doing it live effectively. So, yeah, scary, huh? Yeah, no, totally, totally. That's all I can say. Well, enough about that. I'm just submitting these stream links to the Discord servers so everybody can join on in. I'll do HOTP as the last one, and then we can start right away. You can see the recordings there we have for D3 up on the screen right now. Yeah, about four of the 8 on there are enough for us to actually be able to cover and do. The rest of them are kind of poop. Yep, and one of them apparently ended up becoming a duplicate as well. So, yeah. before I was thinking it counted as like 9 recordings, and I figured out like, wait a minute, this is a duplicate one of that one. So what I ended up doing was I started looking at it a second time to really be sure that we could watch that one without it being like cringe and too short and stuff. It turns out it's fine enough. So yeah, there's gonna only be like one game today where we see the finishing winning game sort of screen or whatever, the abandoned colony thing or whatever. So that's pretty crazy. Oh, that's really crazy, dude. Like, you're telling me out of like 8 recordings, only one actually made it to like the ending screen of the record to say that it's done? Now that's spooky, man. Yeah, totally. Yep, hopefully game developers get smart about that stuff, man, because it's totally cringe, dude, when that stuff sort of belly flops. Big time. Most definitely. That's all I can say. I'm trying to think what else I could talk about. What else happened? Well, trying to think. Oh yeah, most important news of the day. The Wars of Liberty Liga is confirmed to be happening now. Yes, it's confirmed to be happening. It's confirmed to be happening. So today we were able to secure the last 2 people needed to get the minimum signups needed for the tournament for Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty. So the tournament is now officially happening, like actually happening. Not potentially happening, not maybe happening. We got the signatures and everything to get it going, right? And we're already taking steps to possibly start the matches next week. So things are going to move very quickly in that direction. That's I think the biggest news of the day is that the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga 2026 tournament is going to be happening this year. And not only that, it will likely be starting next week, the matches. Now, when you see the matches yourself, for me to cast and everything, that will be, I don't know, because I cannot formally do a casting stream for the tournament until everybody submits what they can, right? And since it's Wars of Liberty, it is the legacy game. Assuming the people can record their games, they are probably going to work. They're probably going to work fine. At least for a lot of them, they're going to work fine. So, yeah, we don't have to worry about out of syncing as much as, say, Definitive Edition 3. So that's the one good thing, is that you will guaranteed be able to see most of the matches live. Well, not live, but casted through me on my live stream. So you will not have to miss really most of the content. Maybe all the content will be fine, you know? There's a good chance that, depending on who's doing the matches, that we don't have any out of sync issues, right? Totally. Because I think the people in the past that used to have all the out of syncs and stuff aren't participating in this event. So, yeah, we have mostly stable system folk that don't have those issues on their rec files. So that should be good. Yeah, imagine if we got to see every single match from that tournament without bugs or anything. That'd be really good. Yeah. I'm looking forward to this event too. It's going to be a real spectacle. Because you're going to see all sorts of people competing and stuff. It's going to be really great. I'm really looking forward to covering it for you. Totally. So you should be ready to watch it with me. Because when I start casting those games, it's going to be really fun. Because now it's going to be like a real tournament. Like a real tournament. Something we haven't seen since the Chorizo days about 2 years ago, right? Yeah, no. It's going to be quite fun. Yeah, and if this is a successful event, we can do another one too. Exactly. We can do another one if this one is very successful. And that's what my hopes are. Is if this event is very successful, and then we can do another one. Maybe even this year. You know, people want to do another one this year for the fall or whatever. We could do a second one and just do 2 a year. It really depends on how active people are in the community. I'd be happy to cast up, because that way it would be like professional sports at that point, where you'd be watching my stuff like over half the year basically. Because with about 16 signatures on my tournament, we have about enough to do about 4 weeks, not 4 months of the event. So potentially you're going to be watching my casted game streams well into the summer from now, because we're in March right now. Chances are you might be seeing casted game streams into July, depending on, obviously everybody's schedule and ability to get the matches done. So that is very good for you. That means you're going to be seeing stuff for a very long time. And again, if it's all successful, it's all good. We could move in and do a second one that goes to December, All depends on signups. All depends on signups, man. It's going to be a long running event. And I'm not going to be such a stickler for them to get the matches done if they have issues. So, I'm going to say, all right, this is when I'd like you to get the first week of matches done. If you can't, let me know. Let's figure out when you can. Because we want to try to get them done as quick as possible so we don't fall too far behind. Because obviously if we have to wait 2 or 3 weeks to do a casted game stream series for the tournament on that given week, it's going to be kind of annoying. It's going to be really annoying, and I don't think you, the viewers, want to see that either. You want those matches to be coming out quick like hotcakes, right? Yeah, because remember, I did this as a best out of 5, right? A best out of 5. So technically our series, how do you stream so much? AOE2 is for losers, bro. You're not going to cast treaty periods. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they don't even work. They don't even work. I went to go test them just 10 minutes ago. They all bugged out. They all out-synced. Nope, they all bugged out. Yeah, so don't worry. They don't even work to begin with. So for people that don't like treaty, your answers from the gods have been heard, and the files have failed drastically. I mean, here's the thing. I actually do cast treaty periods, mostly just to talk about strategy. If it's interesting enough and there's enough stuff regarding building and strategy involved, I'll sit there and yap the whole time and maybe talk about some fun stuff, and then when the battling begins, then we can talk about warfare. So yeah, it really depends on how good the treaty is usually. If it's an interesting one, yeah, you can totally sit there and cast the whole period, but yeah. I usually like to because, I don't want people to miss out on specific building decisions that people do and tech choices and card choices and everything. Because sometimes, depending on the civ, you can vary your treaty deck. It doesn't always have to be the same. So yeah. Totally, so yeah. Alright, I'm just typing something into the House of the Trading Post Discord, and then we can begin. There we go. Alright, we're ready to go now. So, okay, so I'm going to give you a disclaimer here in this first one. The disclaimer is that this one will out of sync, but it does it late enough into the match that I thought it was okay to show it to you. So yeah, let's start this one now. This is the first one here. It's going to be an Ottoman versus Sweden. HVNY is Sweden, and his opponent, I Am Rake, as Ottoman. So this is a 1v1 supremacy game. As you know, HVNY loves his deathmatch games, but he does do supremacy, he does do treaty, he does even do Colosseum Budokai. So he's like an aficionado of Age of Empires 3, just like I am. So that's why I always enjoy covering his stuff. He's very into the game and knows everything about it. So yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Just so you know, the out of sync occurs about, I think, 17 and a half minutes into the recording, which is somewhere around here, right? But we do get to see a lot of strategy and stuff before that, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Yep. So yeah, here we are, start of the game, Sweden. Right away, once you pick up that wood, get a torp down. Get at least one. Get at least one torp down. Torps are obviously really essential to the Swedish Civ because not only do they function as a house, see all these little green yellow rings around the berries, the trees, and the mine here? Oh, let me scroll that a bit. The mouse is moving too far. See all these little circles? That basically means that this torp is actually gathering these resources automatically. Because look at the food magically disappearing from the berry bush. Same thing with the tree. Same thing with the mine. Yep. And you can see the trickle rates right here. About 2.7 on gold, 7.72 on food, and then 1.5 on wood. Yep, it slowly gathers the nearby natural resources. And it can even gather from hunts too. And look at the ring, it's right around the animal as well. So it can gather from multiple sources, which is really cool. Yeah. Oh, look at that. He's actually putting a torp up here to gather from the, looks to be a berry bush? Really? I've never seen anyone do that before. Because typically, when I play Sweden, I put all my torps onto the mines to collect gold and then the food from the berry bush. Doing it up here next to the berry bush patch that you start with is a very fascinating concept. In theory, I think once this berry bush is done, I think the torp will also start gathering from the other ones one by one as well. So that's a very, very, very fascinating strategy. I've never thought of that before, so should be interesting. As for the other side, Ottomans, let's see what they're even doing. Because obviously Ottomans are a pretty fascinating civ. They got a lot of tough builds. You know, they're fast fortress builds, they're fast industrial builds, double Jan barracks, Jan Abbas, you name it. So what is he running? Land. What does he have in land? He looks like he could potentially either stick it out in H2, do some sort of Janissary type thingy, or he could go for a fast fortress. Really depends. He has the royal decree in there too. So he could theoretically go for an industrial edge. It is possible. We don't know exactly what he's doing yet, right? So what has he gone? So he's gone 3 Uruk first, followed by capitalism, right? So typically when you're playing the Ottoman civ, you're going to grab a trading post at the start of the game, but since there's no trade route on this map, he actually went with the native site instead. Yep, he went the house of Jagalion there, so that'll give him access to obviously the Lipka Tatar horse archers and the shock riders, melee cav. So potentially some natives for the Ottomans here. We'll see. What's the age up going to be though? Core Master, 400 wood. That typically means more early game gameplay. Yep, that means less likely we're going to see a fast fortress. As for the Sweden, 3 villas first, followed by frugal constructions. So this one does 2 things. It gives you a little teeny weeny wood trickle, and then it allows trees to provide more yield for your villagers, which means your villagers can chop from these trees for longer before they fall down, effectively giving you more value from the wood trees on the map. And that's honestly very important because obviously with Sweden, wood is such an essential resource. It's how you build the torps. Certain units like the lever cans, which are very essential to their roster, cost that wood. Even their crossbowmen and pikemen, right? Remember, Sweden doesn't have skirmishers. They don't get halberdiers, you know? So if you want sort of that hand infantry or that art sort of skirmisher role, you're going to have to make crossbows and pikards until you have enough gold to, like, say, make Jaegers later on, right? Through this card here, the German mercenary contracts one. But that's not until a lot later, though. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so he went with the logistician. Yep. Built the barracks, built the arsenal, and then he's building a secondary barracks, too. Which tells me something. Yeah, because look at what's going on here. He's getting log flume from the market, so a wood chopping upgrade. But he's also shipping in spice trade. This will improve your hunting rate and your rate on the berry bushes. It also improves the yield on your hunts too, so they last longer. So you can gather meat from those hunts for longer before they expire. So he looks like he's setting up a very food and wood-based economy as Sweden, right? That tells us one thing. Pike and shot, right? Just like the Age of Empires 3 campaign with Morgan Black, right? Pike and shot, what they used to fight the Janissaries, right? So Sweden will go crossbowmen, pikemen. Already starting up right here with 1 pikeman, now 4. And it's pretty basic because all you do is keep the pikes around to, like, fend off against delis. And then when you're ready to push on the enemy, you can use them to just act like siege monsters and start burning stuff down like crazy. You know, Bernie Sanders, yeah. And then the crossbowmen are sort of like your support unit, you know, fighting the Janissaries, massing up on the Abbas guns. As long as you're making enough of both and you're doing good micro, it's a very powerful play to do. And it works for many civs, not just Sweden. You can run Pike and Shot as France, you can run it as Spain, you can run it as Malta, which is one of the best civs to do it as. It's a very powerful play, actually. So, yeah, we'll see if how this ends up working out, right? I see he's got them into the close defensive formation there to keep them in a close group. So if they do find something they want to poke at, they can do it as a group instead of just individually, right? Whereas the Ottoman player is going Barracks, Stable, Foundry. He's got everything. He's got a smorgasbord of buildings. Right now he's going Janissary, Delhi, which, interesting mix. We don't often see that a lot. It's usually going to be like Janissary Abbas or just straight up Janissary. Combine Delhi with Janissary is a very fascinating choice. And I think in this situation, your main issue, I should say, is going to be trying to get those Delhis to connect with the crossbowmen and not get poked by the pikemen. And then the Janissary is effectively turned into a pikeman killing wall because of their hand armor and high HP, effectively warding off the pikemen but suffering from the crossbows. HVNY doesn't waste any time capturing the treasure here. 1,000, imagine if it was 1,000 XP, 100 XP. A Journal Osnova, also taking out his House of Jagalian native site. Again, two things done at the same time, which is very efficient. Good Dandori there. What's going on now? It looks like at this point the Swedish explorer is actually going to start constructing onto this Jagalian side, right? Yeah, looks like it. Likely using the self-build option because of the... Is he going to do the self-build option? I'm trying to see. Well, he's showing out tons of food and wood right now for the crossbows and the pikers. So it doesn't look like he can exactly afford that yet. Okay, yep, he's going to get the self-build option. That thing is such a godsend when they invented that. Basically, it set it up so that instead of having to build a train post for 200 wood, you could just have it, as long as you control that area, you could construct it with 100 food and 100 wood, saving you on wood by a lot. And then being able to do it without any villagers aiding in the construction, which is really nice. Pikemen catching Ottomans off guard here, sieging their next native site here, their House of Oldenburg, before it was completed, thus shaving off a lot of HP from the building. That was a big move right there, I can tell you that much. Also, picking up blueberries from his home city. This will turn all the berry bushes into blueberry ones in their base. Effectively provide more food onto them, and also allowing the torps to gather from those bushes even faster. Giving him the much needed food for pike and crossbow spamming, right? Looks like pikemen have stopped. Delhi's hacked through the last couple archers here. And then we're seeing a flagging on that area, right? Yeah.
skadad och kan inte röra mig.
Somebody was calling me up regarding a delivery that I'm expecting for grocery stuff. So, yep, now I'm finally back. Let's continue, shall we? And here we go. So, last we were looking at, we saw a bit of combat there, right? Ahmed just shoved off HVNY's attack, right? And now he's pushing back with his own assault of Delhi's and Janissaries. He even has a Humbarasi mixed in. Yeah, I didn't even notice the Humbarasi right away, but Humbarasi, very dangerous addition to this mix. Humbarasis, as you know, are a grenadier troop. They are a siege trooper, so they are really good at sieging apart buildings, breaking through structures. Yeah, HVNY is going to have to be very careful, but looks like he has a pretty good mass here of the pikemen. Well, a few pikemen. He's got 5 here, 3 coming in from the side, and then he's got a huge wall of archers. And it looks like now he's going to just blast through all those troops, try to fight him. Good move here, sniping the Humbarsi first. That's the most valuable troop there he has regarding siege, so of course he's going to snipe that one first. Sends a pikeman right in on the delis, taking one out before he really did anything, and then that one is just connected with the crossbowman. That was a good attack right there. I really like that one. Big time. Totally. And what do we got here too? It looks like in general we got Engel. Oh wait a minute, he was gonna go greedy, and then he decided to focus more on hand infantry and hand cavalry hit points. I like that decision. I think it'll be very helpful for him because it'll allow his pikemen to be a bit more survivable. They might be able to tank an extra bullet or two from the Janissaries, and thus be able to be a better defense against the cav, right? Because at this point, HVNI assumes that his opponent is going to go for a mix of both hand cavalry and Janissaries, right? But what is the Almond player doing? So the Almond player, at this point, he is branching out to the right, heading towards this direction. Just note that HVNI does have some torps over here, so that could potentially be a point of attack. And could siege these down and start collecting that tin mine for himself. Yep. Not only that, looks like Ahmed also made it to Fortress Age too during that whole scuffle. And now he's got Veteran on his Janissaries, and now he's pulling in the Abyss guns. He's going to start out without the Veteran upgrade, I think, just because he doesn't have enough to, on the field to justify it. So, yep, we got a mix of Jan and Abyss here, fighting in on the crossbows. Should be very interesting, to say the least. Let's see what happens here. Looks like right now the Jan and Abyss mix is getting ready to engage with the crossbowmen there. Should be a real interesting duel, to say the least. And yeah, no, look at that. Very fascinating stuff, to say the least. Oh man, but look at all that stuff, dude. Ooh. See, the thing I don't like, though, for the Almond player is he's got his Abyss guns right in the scrimmage there with the pikemen. So they're not in the ideal spot, but now they are. Yeah, because ideally you want those Abyss guns in the back completely safe. Just crushing through infantry using their crush damage, right? Because if you look here, the little, like, explosion icon there, that means it's crush damage. So it penetrates both pierce and hand armor. Effectively making them into, like, mega skirms in a way. Yeah. Yeah, no, Abyss guns are very fear-inducing, man. You gotta be careful of them. Definitely. Looks like he lost the native site, though, in the process. Gets his Falconet shipment out, too. 2 Falcons. Is starting to integrate Cav Archer in as well. Interesting choice. Gets Cav Archers before Ved Abyss gun. HVNI coming with an attack over here now. Sent the little sortie, a crossbowman, and pikeman this way to try to scare off the Almond player, poke him a bit. And now securing some torps onto this tin mine. Yep, looks like he is. Note too that he has the Jagadhian native site as well up here, so he can actually balance out his resources at any time using the balance of powers to basically shave off some of his excess resources and stick it into the stuff that has less resources, like the wood, you know. Alright, wood treasure is now being secured up here by HVNI, right in this spot. What kind of treasure is that? That's going to be a 90 wood treasure, very valuable one. Could help him to get another torp out. How many torps is he on, by the way? Oh, the one down here went down, so that's definitely -1. But, 20. It's got 20. Viente. Trying to get up the other Jagadhian site here with the barracks nearby, but unfortunately, nowhere to be found is his army, right? How's Arm economy looking too, by the way? So his food is amply good, his wood is amply good. Gold is where he's struggling a bit. Now he's mixing in Humbarasi, Cav Archer, Janissary. He's queuing up all three buildings at the same time. Foundry, stable, and barracks. So he's doing a little bit of everything. Plus he's got 2 Falcons. He's got Abyss guns. He's making everything. A little bit of everything. Kind of like Revnak does sometimes. Which I've seen him do during the PK tournament. Yeah, no, I remember vividly seeing Revnak do that a lot. Where he has a couple pikemen, a couple crossbowmen, a couple hussars, a couple falconets, some cuirassiers, skirms, dragoons, muskets. Kind of everything under the sun. So it's not a bad thing, I guess. I can't remember what second it out things, but we're getting close to it. But I'm going to try to make a prediction now based on what I'm seeing. So it looks like HVNY is Fortress Age. He has the Lipka Tatars in his base. He's got a big stack of pikes and crossbows, picking up the Kalmar Castle Fort as well. This one allows the nearby units to gain XP bounty in a bigger amount for units they kill near the fort. So it's essentially a defensive bonus that you can profit from pretty well. Yeah. And then it crashes. So that one was... I'm trying to predict that one. I'm thinking what happens next really would have depended on Micro. Yeah. I was pretty certain that one happened slightly later to have a bigger prediction of that one, but I would say personally, I think in that duel, it really was going to come down to Micro. You know why? Because the Ottoman player has 2 Falconets, he's got veteran Jans, he's got Abyss guns, he's got Cav Archers, he even has a couple of Humbarasis mixed in. He's got a pretty competent force of troops, right? And by the way, this is the only game we're going to do for Division 3 today that didn't outsync at all. So we're going to do that one now. This is the only one that didn't outsync at all. Clean. The only totally clean one. So, yeah, enough of that. I just want to explain what we're in now. This is the one deathmatch game that we have today. For those that don't know what deathmatch is, basically you start the game with 20k of each resource. You build a church right away to get mercantilism, and then this will give you quick, easy 5 shipments or so. Or 4, pretty close to 5, yep. Look at all the cards you can send now. Also, notice HVNY spamming out spies and priests and stuff out of the church. That's something you can often do. Looks like HVNY is going to start with the factories. Very interesting. And probably then the training cards as well. Also spamming a ton of houses. That's really what you do in Deathmatch. You get the church, get the mercantilism, spam your houses out, get some sort of production right away. Try to mass up some sort of set of troops so that you don't get rushed to death at the start. He is picking up the Royal Decree as well. So that means getting some Doppels Handlers. Could be very helpful. Yeah, I see him doing Doppels right now, actually. Look at that. We can see the Doppel soldiers right here. He also picked up the Cherokee site as well. And he's going to be getting Cherokee Riflemen out of that, plus all the improvements. We don't see his opponent, the Dutch, Godani, getting the Cherokee yet. So we'll see what his plan is. Also picking up the Cav Combat for the War Wagons and the Ulans, right? Yep. But watch out. He does actually have the Princely Bavarian Chevaloggers card here. This one, if you don't like War Wagons that much, will replace your War Wagons with Chevaloggers. You know, the ones from one of the native sites. So that you can have more of a traditional 2-pop Dragoon instead of the big pop-heavy War Wagons. Yeah. Very nice. Juanito's talking to me about the entry fee for my tournament. I'll read that in a little bit. Trying to cast something right now. Yeah, no, I'm very loosey-goosey about the entry fee. If people can't pay it, if they don't have the means in their country to pay it, or whatever, I think somebody said that they would have the money available to compensate for their inability to pay for it. So, yeah. Because some people were real sticklers about keeping the entry fee, and they said, look, I know it might be something to scare people away, but at the end, people that either are paying for this tournament or knowing that somebody's paying for them are more likely to participate and take it seriously because there's real blood on the table or skin in the game, as they say, you know, because people when... Is this AW3D? Good talk? Yep, this is Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition. Yep, that's right. This is Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition. We're doing a couple of recordings here. And then we're moving on to the Legacy game for Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty mod after this. So, you're looking at Definitive Edition 3 right now, and then we're going to Wars of Liberty afterwards. Because Wonderful World's Edge caused half the recordings out of sync. And in fact, this is the only recording today that didn't out of sync at all. So, we're really appreciating this one, right? It won't be until we get to Wars of Liberty a bit later that we're going to start to see a ton of recordings that actually do what they're supposed to be doing. So, consider that. Also picking up the Silicon Steel. This is a trade-off card that essentially gives your Doppelcylinders like an Imperial Age worth of stats, like an Imperial upgrade, 50% on their HP and attack, but it makes them super sluggish, like 3.47 movement speed. That's like slow. It's like Joe Biden climbing the stairs to get into the presidential airplane and falling in the wind. But turns him into an absolute Spartan phalanx of a unit, melee-wise. Yeah. So, got the Cherokee Rifleman coming out of the native site here. Very nice. I like all the priests, too. This is going to be a really good support. If any of these troops get into battle and, you know, survive, priests can heal them up very quickly. Which is nice. I also see HVNY going for the trade route too. It's kind of going for the throat there. Godani hasn't even grabbed his Cherokee site yet, so I'm a little worried for him. Also, how's his banks doing? He's getting his banks, right? Yeah, that's the thing. When you're playing Dutch and Deathmatch, you always also have to remember to get your banks up too. Because that's going to be real critical for later. Because here's the thing. When you play Deathmatch, right? In most cases, you're going to want to build villagers because you're going to need resources when that 20k goes away, right? And by the way, good culverin sniping from HVNY. He just killed like 2 horse artilleries. Did you see that? He just sniped 2 horse artilleries, and he's in a position to get more snipes out as well. He's got his heavy cans in the back as well. Did he ship those in? No, I'm assuming those are from the factories. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think those are from... Oh god, look at him butchering them with those Doppelcylinders. Oh my god, look at the stats on these things. 46 melee with 2 splash. And that's not counting the multipliers he was ripping into the Reuters and stuff. That's huge. And now, like I said, look at what the priests are going to do. They're going to heal up all his Doppelcylinders. Bring him back to full health now. And now, effectively, HVNI has found a way to preserve more of his resources, so maybe he doesn't need as much vills early on and he can have a bigger army, you know? Because if you can afford a bigger army in Deathmatch, usually means you're going to win, right? It's always the question, though, if you can maintain that army. Keep it pressing. If that huge army gets killed quickly and you can't replace the resources, then you're dead. So if you can afford to field that big of an army, then you train villagers so you can maintain a smaller army. But then as soon as you get a surplus, maybe delete some of the vills, maybe put them on the front lines and do some risky maneuvers, and then take that lost pop and build a bigger army. Deathmatch is like a fight to the death mode. It really is a death match. It's like a gladiators thing in the Colosseum. You're constantly battling each other with these huge giant armies you normally couldn't do in a regular supremacy game. So it is a pretty big deal usually, yeah. Trying to comment someone here. Alright, here comes the culverins for heavy artillery and the mortar, right? Having a mortar is definitely a great asset because he'll be able to use that to start sieging away at stuff too. Yep, that'll be very helpful for him, pretty much, yeah, totally. Looks like Stradiots. Oh god, he got the Stradiots there. Jesus, that's a pretty big push. No, Stradiots essentially are like a little bit stronger than like Imperial Hussars in terms of stats. You gotta be careful with those. There's a wall of horse artillery. Unfortunately, though, there's Yuans mixed in, so a lot of these cannons aren't hitting their targets. You know, the horse artillery would love to deal with the doppel cylinders, but a lot of them just hit the Yuans instead. Because, man, hey, it's kind of hard to micromanage like 20 cannons at the same time. Unless you're like Quasi playing Legacy Arena or something, you usually can't do that. Yeah. Surplus wise, plenty of resources here. Tilly's discipline as well. Very nice. And what about up here? So, more horse artillery, Stradiots. His gold is bleeding out very fast. His gold is bleeding out really fast, man. He also doesn't have a lot of late game sort of gold eco cards for the estates either. He hasn't even... Okay, he's starting to send now. I was going to say he hasn't sent Bank of Amsterdam and Bank of Rotterdam yet. He's getting the Amsterdam one now, and then he'll get Rotterdam later. These essentially ups your bill limit for the banks. And since his gold is very low, he's going to want to construct the banks very quickly. Plus, maybe train out the additional merchant vills that gets added to his bill limit with those cards. And maybe put him onto a coin job like the silver coin there or something. He also has his blue guards out as well. Likely from his royal decree. So that's good. Oh man, look at those heavy cannons mixed with the doppel cylinders. That is dangerous because that's essentially high level splash attack at range and high level splash attack in close range too. And that's an instant death. He's dead. Look at that coin. 265 coin. Kid can't make artillery, he can't make mercenaries, he can't make halbs, he can't make skirms. He can just spam pikemen, and of course, it's going to croak louder than Kermit the Frog when it goes up against splash attack, doppel cylinders, and artillery. Clean and easy win by HVNY there. Just made the right comp of units, micro did good. Didn't have to do much, right? No, totally. And he had the eco card, so even if he did have to draw it out, he had the means to do it. And this is why in deathmatch you need to make proper decks, man. Because this is all rush, man. Just... Did you see how effectively these 3 Reuter shipments got killed so quickly? Yeah, basically useless, right? Yeah, no. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a few mega unit shipments in Industrial Age in the deathmatch deck, but if you're going to have them melt like that quick, maybe rethinking it a little bit, you know? That's all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Well, anyways, we got a Ottoman versus Germany here, and then we have an Ottoman mirror. These are the only ones that we got that are working. All the treaty games, useless poops. Because the World's Edge and their wonderful recording game code that bugs and out-of-syncs all the time. Yeah. Alright, so here we are. This one, I think of the ones that out-of-syncs early. It's probably one of the best ones. Because this one, I think, went the furthest without an out-of-sync occurring. So this is probably the second best quality recording we're going to get from Definitive Edition 3 today. But anyways, here we are. We got Ottoman versus Germany. Very powerful matchup. I think something we learned a lot recently from Revnak is that Ottomans are often treated like the boogeyman of Age of Empires 3, right? People are petrified of them, they're scared of them, they don't know how to deal with them. But really, high power civs like the French and stuff, they're a little bit hard to use, actually are the stronger ones to use. You just have to know how to use them, right? So let's see in this case if Ottomans are truly up to the strength that they are so often armed with, or does the Germans somehow intercept the Ottoman and deal with them, right? Because I remember during the PK tournament, basically we saw a lot of those matchups, Germany versus Ottomans, right? I think some of the biggest ones we saw was like Abiska and Cav Archer player from Ottomans always battling the German player, and the German player 90% of the time failing, but sometimes running something weird and niche like Outlaws and somehow winning the match. Yeah, it does happen. It does happen. So, I'm presuming here Ottomans going trading post, mosque, house, right? Well, the mosque is up, the house is up. Dude has to get to a trade route to get the wood, right? He actually needs wood for that. Any wood treasures here, or is he just going to have to chop for that wood? I don't see him chopping for any wood, though. So is he, like, holding off on the, He has a wood there's a wood treasure here, but unfortunately the crowd fella here is gonna grab it first, probably. The stuff around him is mostly XP related. So yeah, no, 100% that's gonna be the main issue for the most part, yeah. What are you talking about? The people got an an OOS error. You speaking like FB now, or what? What do you mean? What the hell? I don't sound like a Filipino that draws fish. I'm not a fish drawing Filipino. Why are you saying that for? Talking to Gafas in Discord, I'm like, dude, I'm no FBE. I don't draw fish in my basement, my mother's place, eating Jollibee. If I'm gonna eat fast food, I'm going to Wendy's. I'm not going to Jollibee. Nothing wrong with Jollibee. I've heard they have good ratings. I haven't even gone to a Jollibee. They don't have Jollibees where I am. I have to go down to New York for that, up in Mass. But for the people who enjoy Jollibee, maybe it's good. I don't know. I would guarantee that Jollibee is not as good as Popeyes though, but could be potentially better than Kentucky Fried stuff, because I think Kentucky Fried Chicken is kind of overrated. So maybe Jollibee beats them, but maybe definitely gets humbled by Popeyes. Yeah. Let's see though. It looks like Almond's aging up with Core Master, picking up capitalism now. This is just like the game we saw before with the other guy. You send your Uruk's first, and then your capitalism second, with the wood crate sending politician. This is typically what you're going to see for a more early game Ottoman setup, or at very least a semi-fast fortress, right? If it was a naked fast fortress, you'd probably see something more like the Naturalists, where you get the cows right away and then you eat up the moo-moos and then eat up their food, and then do that with combined 700 coin to just fast fortress. In this case, you know, HVNY is taking it more safe, like we're going to start with a barracks or two. If we go double barracks Jan right away, or could do a single barracks one and play more defensively, who knows, and then eventually develop that fortress agent you're looking for and send out all the power cards. That reminds me, let's see what Germany's up to in their deck. They just picked up hunting dogs now? What? Really? Typically, you should send your hunting dogs right away upon getting the market. That's the whole point. You build a market as Germany in Age 1, is to get the hunting dogs long before you have to age up. So I don't know what the German fellow's up to here. I think he kind of messed up the build order a bit, if you ask me. Because he should have had that hunting dogs down a lot sooner if he was playing by the rules. Or the recipe. Let's look right now here. I'm trying to see here. Okay, so this is his deck. It's looking mostly mercenary based. This looks like a mercenary. This is a mercenary deck. It is a mercenary deck. There's like so many mercenaries here. You got the Brigadiers, you got the Black Rider, Jaeger, Bosniak, and you got mercenary camps and improved mercenaries. So, like, plus Palatine settlements, too. Doesn't look like a mercenary card, but it actually is, because it allows all your houses to house about 20 additional pop, effectively allowing you to spam mercenaries with less. Yeah, because basically the point of this card is, you send this card, you can keep your villas on coin longer, right? Keep your villas on coin longer, because you don't have to spend as much time on wood to keep the pop space up, because mercenaries are pop heavy. That's really about it. So, yeah, this is a mercenary deck, folks. So we're seeing German mercenaries going against Ottomans. Also, he just picked up the first bill limit thing for the Ottoman villages, too, the Uruks, by the way. Alright, so we got Janissaries coming out of the barracks here. And, yep, that's what we got there. So he is going single barracks Janissary, which I think is pretty fine. I think it's a pretty good strategy. Particularly if you're going to play more defensively, right? If you're going to go offensive, you usually want to get double barracks Janissary and start rushing like crazy. Okay, so we got the Ulans there. Remember, every card with Germany gives you free Ulans, no matter what. So, yep, obviously they... Oh, okay. So, it looks like the Ottoman did get the 30 food from the treasure, but as soon as they picked the treasure up, ended up on the ground falling around and stuff thanks to those Ulans. So, yeah, that was a pretty interesting close call there. A close shave, as they say. Palatine shipments, Palatine settlements coming in now. How many casas do you got there? Uno, dos, tres. So now he's going to go from like 40 population up to 100 population. Because it's plus 60. Since he has 3 houses. And that's effectively half the like max pop you can get in a game of Age of Empires 3. So he's already looking good in terms of pop spacing. And also note that he's getting ready for Fortress Age 2. But the Ottoman's not going to make it any easier for him. He's going to try to like maybe snipe a few vills, maybe a settler wagon with the Janissaries. If you can pick off a settler wagon, it's a lot better because the settler wagons are the ones that are 2 pop villagers that have the gather rate of 2 vills. So if you can pick off one of those, you're in really good shape. Really good shape. Looks like Fortress Age is coming in with the marksman. So, yeah, he's basically going to be able to get in about, I think, like 6 skirmishers, right? Yes, he got a batch of skirmishers in with that shipment. And that should be enough to defend against Janissaries, right? But that's the thing, though. Ottomans are a little more sophisticated than that. Just because, you know, he's getting these skirmishers now doesn't mean that he's going to be safe forever, right? Because what the Ottoman player can do is, if he knows that you're sort of aging up and playing like a turtle, he can just mass up his Jans and plan in a Fortress Age of his own. And then he's got the 2 Falconet shipment combined with his Janissaries. Because remember, Germany unfortunately does not get 2 Falconet shipment. They don't get it. So that's not something that they're going to get to enjoy very much, unfortunately. Yep, so here comes the Janissary shipment of 5. Training in more right here. So it looks like at the moment the Ottoman player is playing very hard offensive right now, trying to really press his opponent deep. You can actually look at other people's decks in Definitive Edition 3, so as soon as he looked at the cards, he was very familiar with it and said, wait a second, this is a mercenary deck, people. I know exactly what those are. Dealt with those a million times. Because, yeah, that's the thing. HVNY is actually a really good expert of mercenary decks because he has made a couple that I have casted before on my channel. So he's very familiar with what this kid is doing. And that's why he's being so obnoxious, sieging his market. Probably going to siege his house or something, you know. Prevent him from getting that mercenary mass out that he wants, because if he can do it, you're going to have some real problems there, son. Now, in terms of coin, how much does he have? He has, like, a little over 800 here. Almost 1,200 on this one. So he has about 2k coin combined between the 2 copper mines. And that could be a very strong thing there to use. So he gets out the cheaper mercenary shipment, the Brigadiers first, supplementing it with trained skirmishers. Because right now, he obviously can't branch out and grab some of these copper mines out here. He's going to have to start a little bit more humble than he wanted to and probably start out with skirms, right? Exactly. And then he has some Irish Brigadiers here as well to get the cavalry that might be coming to deal with the skirms. So technically, this is a viable composition. He's picking up steel traps, right? Is he planning on branching out much? Because he just got a hunted deer right here. And he still has vills on berries. My suggestion to you, get onto the coin. Start getting your mercenary shipments right. You gotta... Well, he is picking up amalgamation now. That's going to help with the mining rate. But what does he do to follow it up at that point? No. Yeez. If only our sneezes as men sounded as good as, like, Mume or Fonda when they do it. It'd be a lot cuter, but unfortunately, like a scary boogeyman. Yeah. Foundry is being sieged right now in this spot by a combined force of Irish Brigadiers and skirms. It should be a very good siege here. Aging up with Admiral of the Ocean Sea. That's something we always see, particularly with HVNI matches on this game. Basically, whoever can get some vills into a boat and get them across this water here up to here is often the person that wins the game usually. That land up there is like so critical for getting a TC up there in this map. It's like insane. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. It is like a huge deal. I mean, I don't know 100% if he's going to go that route this game or what, but it's going to be big. It's going to be big either way. So yeah, look at this motley crew of infantry here. It's got a pretty big stack. A very good stack indeed, yeah. Most definitely. So let's see what happens next once he really gets himself established here next. Alright, look at that. 16 Jans. Falconet shipping in too. This is often the most strongest thing you can do once you hit that Fortress Aegis Armaments. Get the 2 Falconet shipment in, and then all the infantry sort of go bye-bye. Plus, he's got enough Jans to defend the thing, frankly. But unfortunately, look at that. Look at that. Right between both of the skirmishers there. Taking hits from both sides. Forcing him into like a total movement out of there. LOL. LOL was right. That's a very LOL situation. Going for the industrial age too. Going with the engineer. So he's got 2 Falconet shipping in, right? And he's going to get 2 more with this age up too. So he's going to be coming in steaming against his German opponent there with like 4 Falconets plus protecting Janissaries. And he could also obviously ship in bombards as well. What I find interesting is he actually got the infinite shipment and not the 2 shipment one. Yeah. That takes it like at least like 3 shipments to even make more valuable than the 2 bombard shipment. Yeah, no, totally. So I wonder what his plan is. Was he planning on farming the XP from this trade route really good? And just going with like back-to-back shipments to be able to keep sending in the bombards? I think maybe so. That's one thing I could think of. Right? Oh, interesting. So the Germany also gets the Prince Chevaliers, just like HVNY did in the deathmatch game. I guess he doesn't like the whole war wagon thing either, and he'd rather just have like plain old Chevalier dragoons. I respect that. That's pretty good. Technically, these guys are a little bit more affordable, right? A little bit more. Well, yeah, they're definitely more affordable. Definitely more. And then technically more massable too, since it's a 2-pop dragoon unit rather than a 3-pop one like the war wagon is. What's going on over here? Going after the native site too? Brutal. Okay, so that's what I was talking about. Look at all these Falconets here, man. And then he's got the Jans up the veteran as well. So yeah, a lot going on here. Have to watch this very carefully, yeah. Very carefully. Here comes the factories too. Ooh, Jan's trying to defend against those Prince Chevaliers, but they take the melee route. Making things a little bit more complicated, yeah. Looks like 2 of the Falconets are dead, but because he has 4 of them, odds are he's going to be able to keep it like at least 1 cannon around. Yep, he gets away with 1 cannon. And sometimes that's all you need. Especially if you can't micro your Falconets perfectly, sometimes just 1 is enough to get the kills that you want. Because often what happens is if you can't micro Falconets that good, they'll hit the same unit, and it's kind of the same magnitude as, hey, like having 1. So, pretty good stuff, yeah. Two sets of Chancellors coming in, plus Abbas. Imam's coming in from the mosque as well. Wow, crazy. Factory coming in, very nice. Comes the Bashi Bajouks. Alright, skirms over here trying to keep their distance from the Jans. Oh. See, these bombards are going to be the real monster here that Germany's going to have to deal with. Does he have a foundry yet? Nope. Just going to stable to make more Prince Chavaloggers, right? Yeah, see, I don't think that's going to do a lot because bombards are no ordinary cannons. They're very big, very tanky, big monstrosities, so you're going to need like culverins for that. And looking at his wood, that's not going to be an easy thing to get going, if he does. Looks like he's going for Blackbriars though, so he is at least getting a more elite, like Calvarian, than his Prince Chavaloggers. Yep, about 9 Blackbriars. That should be able to deal with this Falconet. And then the bombards are going to roll it afterwards. And then you're really going to see some things go wrong here. Whereas the skirms, really just trying to pick through those Jans just fine. Looks like all the Black Riders survive. I think it's really good, yeah. How about over here? Can the Black Riders cut through the Abbot's guns? Looks like they can. Then maybe pull out, right? Yeah. Here comes the bombard. Okay, so he's doing bombards out of both factories too. So if he does decide to ship those in later, then he's got like 3 streams of bombards coming out at the same time, which is a very big mass to worry about. It absolutely is. So should be very, very interesting to say the least. Yeah. Alright, so here comes the bombards. Huge mass. It's got one. That one's gonna be coming out soon, and then another one reeling in from the other factory. Plus Jan Abbas mix. This is a very dangerous combination you got here. Very big one. Doesn't even have Royal Decree in this deck. And is still looking worrisome. See, he's going to try to maybe be sneaky with his Jans, and he's going to take a nice bombard to the face right there like that. There you go. Oh, no. What's this? Double covered bragging card. That's pretty significant because in the 5th edition, this card actually gets your town center build limit up by 2 as well. So it's not just extra TCs, it's extra TCs to your build limit too, which is a very big thing. Because that means that you're getting more free villagers, right? Because if you didn't notice, Ottomans don't have to train villagers manually. You get them for free over time from their town centers. So adding in 2 more TCs, guaranteed booming. Doesn't matter how much food you got, those villas are coming out as long as you got the pop space and you have the build limit stuff established at the Moss for them. So that's really all there is to it. I see that the Germany has coin, but he doesn't have a tavern. Dude, you ran like a mercenary deck and he won't even build a tavern. Is he like hell bent on getting the mercenary camps card first or what? Yeah, no. I'm like so confused right now. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, why doesn't he get a tavern down and put that coin to good use? You went with the mercenary deck to use coin and now you're not using it. What a shame and a waste that is, right? Yeah, totally. But now we see the Germany getting his own factories too. So things will get real interesting real quicker, I think, yeah. Just got one here. We getting another one too. Should be pretty big, right? Yeah. Okay, denying Germany a TP there. Hey, now he starts spending it. Now he's got some tavern. Bosniaks. Good pick. That's a good one. Very concerned about the Janissaries, though. That's the big problem there. If you can get those Bosniaks in and get them to do the charge attack, they definitely will have their use. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, Yeah, you kind of need everything you can get. Also, I see he's getting veteran Ulans now. So is he expecting to use Ulans as well with the Bosniaks? Maybe. So he's getting a little bit of everything here. He got the skirms up to Needle Gunner too. You may consider getting an arsenal up if you don't have one already and getting counter infantry rifling. Yeah, no, counter infantry rifling would totally be appropriate here since you're dealing with Janissaries, and Janissaries, of course, a higher HP musket than the average one. So for me, I think getting counter infantry rifling to get that extra multiplier against heavy inf. Really important here if you want to survive. But we'll see though, I mean, it's up to him at the end of the day how to handle his stuff, right? So it should be interesting either way, I think. Yeah, totally. %, dude. Wow. Crazy. Comes the Bosniaks with the Ulans mixed in. Jono! Jono, you're bad. Jono. Ooh, okay, he geeked that one in the middle. And gets it down. Just not enough volume to get it over with. Wow. Crazy. Looks like HVNY has won the game, folks. Dude doesn't have the resources to pull this one off. HVNY is still getting in more bombards right from his factories. Yep. Getting guard on the Janissary too. It's going to be even tankier now. He could send, yep, he's sending Corlothi's school in too, and then we out-of-sync the game again. Thank you, World's Edge, for out-of-syncing our game every single time. Yep. So now we're into the last one we got that's functional, that's worth watching. 1v1 Supremacy Auto Mirror. And after that, we're going to be looking at some Wars of Liberty games over on Legacy. Which should be really, really fun. Because if you haven't seen Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty mod before, it's like super awesome. There's so many civs, so many new units and stuff. You're going to like it. You might even consider going on the Humble Bundle and buying your own copy of it too. So let's do this one now, right? Let's gear it done. Let's gear it done. Alright, so here we are. This is an Ottoman mirror. So both players are playing Ottomans. We got HVNY playing as Ottomans down here. And then the other Ottomans up on the top there. Surgigamito. Surgigamito too. Surgigamito too. So looks like they both got a monkey. Everybody likes monkeys, right? They're cute and they fling poop at you. Boy, they should have done that in Age of Empires 3. Instead of it having being a melee unit, it should have just flung poop at people. That'd be cool. Even as a charge attack, I would love to have monkeys that fling poop at their enemies. Would be such a funny feature. Yeah. So yeah, here we go. Let's see the clashing in the Ottoman setups, right? The Ottoman philosophies. I can't remember when I watched this one how deep it got into the match. I was trying to study it to see if we could like see who an actual winner was. But we did see quite a bit of combat and stuff here, so I figured we could do this one. It is going to out-sync sooner than the one we just watched, though, so kind of on more par with the Sweden game we saw before. Just so you know. Don't be spooked if it crashes in the middle of it. I like this move. This is the bold one. Red Ottoman, Surgigamito, grabs the middle trading post. So if he wants to come back later and grab the one closest to his base, now he's got like the lion's share of the trade route to be funneling in XP and possibly other resources later with Stagecoach. It's actually very, very tactical. Looks like... Okay, see... Okay, this is HVNY. It's going to go Uruk, and then it's going to go Capitalism later. What is all that? Are you cheating, son? No, it's not. A weird Defib Edition glitch. I've seen that before. It just shows a bunch of fists in the screen, and I'm like, what is this? Is this a Star Wars hacker trying to get into AoE3? Compensating an easy Star Wars game and now an easy RTS game? Yeah, no. Thankfully not. So I was going to start with the 3 Uruks, and then Capitalism afterwards. How about the other Ottoman? Other Almond, 1v1 Rush. So this is more aggro friendly. Has Jan shipment, Deli shipment, AZAP shipment. So really all the possible H2 shipments you could get for military. The Fortress and Industrial Age looking a bit more sleek and basic. So I don't think this Armin is going to really want to go Fortress Age for a very long time. Not until they really establish a really solid, like, H2. And then they might go to Fortress Age and pull in the Falconets and the Sifahis. But that's not going to be for a while, because this is clearly meant to be a more combative deck early on. He's going to get Core Master, right? Yep. That's very obvious. I guarantee HVNY is doing the same thing. Core Master, right? Yep. He's run the deck he did last game against the Germany player and beat him with, so no Royal Decree in this one. Just a very decent setup for both early and late game here. So that should be really, really good, right? Yep. Most definitely. Capitalism coming in now. Hunting Dogs coming in now too. Just getting everything ready that he possibly can for Jan production, since obviously Jan's a more expensive musket than your average one for all the stats that it gets. One good thing about a mirror like this is nobody has to worry about like training villagers, right? It's just providing enough pop so they actually spawn. Since Almonds, as you know, again, free villagers. Automatically done for you. It's automatically done for you. Forget about automatic. It's automatically done for you. Making it even easier for you to do. Yep, most definitely. So yeah, this should be a pretty interesting match to say the least. The Wood has arrived. They were both in Commerce Age. What's going on here? Millet system coming in for the Sugagamito Ottoman. Yep, those types of cards at the mosque essentially allow your root villagers to train for free faster, at a faster rate, so you can receive them sooner and thus technically boom better, right? Yeah. How about over here? So, looks like indeed Sergei Gamito is indeed going to take an offensive push, opting to put the forward base right at the midpoint trade socket there that he already established with. He's going to start with barracks. He could get a second one. Doesn't have enough wood for a second one, but could possibly get another one, especially if he's running a rush strategy. That's what I would be contemplating myself, getting like a second barracks out. Start really going offensive on that position. Because that's typically what we see at the higher levels of tournament play with Almonds is if you're going for a rush as Almonds, you're going to want to go double barracks Almonds, not just single barracks Almonds. If you have an Almond opponent that commits to the double barracks and does so successfully, then you're just dead. You're just dead. So yeah, typically if you, as long as, like, yeah, I mean, if you know for certain you're not going to have a lot of pressure, you can often go single barracks. If you're going to play more defensively, fine. But if you're going offense, you either want to get double barracks Janissary, or if you want to risk it a bit and be more efficient in the end, maybe try something like Janissary Abyss with the Foundry. Just suggestions. You don't have to follow a thing I say and lose your ELO, but it's up to you. Or you could win because you didn't listen to me. Who knows? Who knows what's happening? Looks like Sergei Gamito's getting coin in. Whereas it looks like HVNY is possibly setting up for a fast fortress. A naked fast fortress too. Or a semi-fast fortress, because now I see the barracks there. He's actually going to get the kill with Vil now. He's going to snipe off this Uruk right here. But now he's got two Uruks in a bad, sticky situation now as well. So, who's telling how this one's going to turn out? Couldn't say for certain. Barracks is being sieged right now, it looks like. Very nice. Yeah, that's definitely an advantage for Sergei Gamito, because this is closer to his side of the map, so he's going to be able to resupply military a lot faster than HVNI is, which is going to be a pretty strategic situation there, to say the least. Now he's going to head back to that barracks as well and just sieges it. Very nice. More Janssers coming out the bottom as well. That's very, very good. How much wood is that? 700? Wow, that's pretty nice. He's also closing in on Fortress 8-2. He just needs a bit more coin to get it done. And you see him mining away at the silver right now. I think here he's probably just going to play defense. Yep, he's got the coin. Going up with Exile Prince, or what is he again? He is going with Marksman, so we're going to get some Abyss guns. I like that idea, because the thing is, you know, this guy's like spamming Janissaries. It's the best way to rip through them, get some Abyss guns. High level anti-heavy infantry stats there. It's got a high base damage, and then the multiplier against heavy infantry exists too. So, yeah, they're great at just shredding through Jans, no problem, to say the least. Looks like HVNI is also picking up steel traps. Plus bringing in his second... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I forgot. He's just picking up his coin right now, right? Yeah. So he's going double barracks. Double barracks into Fortress Age. Probably going to support with his Fortress Age shipments, right? That's what I would assume. If I had to put my money on it. Yeah, it looks like he's getting Jans out both of the structures now, looks like. Yep, very nice. Comes the Bashi Bazooks right now. Very good. From the looks of it, I think HVNI is fine, because he's got him right underneath his TC fire. He just set down his Bashi Bazooks. Abyss guns just arrived from the Fortress Age, and he's going to just surround them on all sides. And just clean them up very quickly. Looks like that's exactly what he does here, right? Yep, most definitely. It's a big defense there. And now, at this point, if you're HVNI, now you can think about maybe a counter-offensive, right? Shipping in 2 Falconets, I see. It's got massive Jans and a couple Abyss now. He's fine for an offensive. He can definitely push us back into his opponent's base if he wants to. Which I think is a very big move, actually. Yeah, totally. He's gonna head up in this direction, right? Yep. Barracks is down. Ooh, I I see this going down here now. So what's that? Ooh, he's got Humbarasi. Oh no, he's got Humbarasi. That's bad. Humbarasi are grenadiers for the Ottomans that have multipliers against artillery. So if he can really maneuver well and get these Humbarasi to where they need, he can actually snipe those cannons just with the Humbarasis. Yeah, no, that's pretty serious, man. We're gonna have to watch this very carefully. Very, very carefully. Yeah, no, most definitely. It's a huge deal, man. Tell me about it. Very big deal. Deal. Yeah, pretty much, dude. Pretty much. Yep, look at him come around the corner now. Very, very fascinating to say the least, yeah. Okay, that one synced right there. I think we were gonna see an HVNY win there. Yeah, I think we were eventually gonna see one. The only thing that would risk that is like the Humbarasis ripping through his falconets, though. That's sort of like the big risk on that one, to say the least. Yeah. Alright, so no more Definitive Edition 3 recordings, right? Just for fun, is there a Budokai going on right now? I'd be happy to do one for you if there is one, since I'm here. Since we're already in the game. If there's a Budokai, I'll join it. If not, there's a risk that has nobody in it. Pretty much. Yeah, no, we'll go to Wars Libby. I'm in the mood for Budokai, and I haven't done one in a long time, so I'm sort of getting withdrawal symptoms because of that. Yeah, so right now, everyone, we're gonna get into Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty mod, and we are gonna get to do some wonderful games over there now. So let me boot it up. I'm gonna download the recordings right now. I can tell you how many we got, to be frank, while I do that. Count them out to you, because we got a lot of them. Probably not going to get through all of them, actually. Yeah, no. Yeah, there's all sorts of custom loading screens in the Wars of Liberty mod here, by the way, from all the different civs that exist in it. I can't remember what civ this is. I think this is to represent the Belgian civ, if I remember correctly. The Belgian Free State. Free State, yeah. Very free. Yeah, they look really free there, don't they? Yeah. One of the biggest scams in history, I would say, for sure. Acting like they were being all ethical and stuff and doing that. Oh, unbelievable. They even made that Tarzan movie a number of years ago. Talk about how bad Belgium was. And I thought that was pretty cool, actually. Because it showed, like, actual real history and stuff. So let's do these ones now. We got two Nathan ones. Download those ones. Let Him Cook and Tiata Nat. And then we have a ton of Codefender ones. We got Codefender team games. Codefender versus Varingo. Codefender versus Bondar. And Codefender versus Kaiser. All of them except for Varango are part of the Liga right now, so yeah, that's going to be a pretty big deal, actually. So, a lot of stuff to look at, to say the least. And I wonder which ones we want to watch first, actually, because it all looks pretty entertaining. What do you want to start with? Do you want to start with like team games or 1v1s? It's up to you. We got a lot of stuff to look at today, folks. I'm also paying attention to the light in this room, because once it gets to a certain amount of darkness in the room, then I have to start thinking about putting on the lamp next to me, since I no longer have the dining room light working in this room. Because if you remember correctly, I told you last week it went out, which was very unfortunate. And now I basically have to climb over. It went out around Friday too, so it was very recent. Yeah, when I was planning on doing a Struggle of Indonesia live stream. Yeah, or I think I was planning on streaming something else, like Wars of Liberty live. And then it ruined my plans because I was really frantically trying to get that fix. Deal with the stress of it and stuff, so I had to like change plans and go for soy instead. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're good for now to... We might be able to get through a recording or two before I have to put that lamp in. So we should be able to do that, right? Yep. So just confirming how many wrecks we got. We got a total of, if I scroll over in Windows Explorer, 13. 13. 13. 13 in Juanito language. Juanito tongue. Now let's ship that in there. We should be all good. Yep. It's up to you. Do you want me to do the... Well, I think we should do the team ones first. Unless you want me to do the 1v1s. Which do you prefer? I know it's earlier into the stream, so if we do the team ones now, I might not be as tired when I'm going through them. Because if you do a bunch of 1v1s and you're yapping and yapping and yapping, and then you... I don't know, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Let me find Code Team. How many team games? We got 4 of them. 4 team matches. That's a lot. That's a lot of team matches. You think we should do these ones? Yep. And, oh yeah, before we start out, I always like to do this introduction for people. So, if you've never seen Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty before, this is why you should get. Look at all the civs that you get. You get Ethiopia, Egypt, Zulu, Canadians, United States, Australia up there and stuff. Then you get Koreans, you get Austria-Hungary, Belgium, Danish, all the vanilla civs really, except for Aztecs, Italians. Then you go down a bit further, you got Lam civs here, Brazil, Chile, Haiti, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Middle East civs like Afghans and Saudi Arabians, Balkan civs like Greeks, Romanians, and Serbs. Got even more natives here, and then you get the Maori. So a lot of different variety here, man. Totally. So yeah, that's why you should definitely get Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty then, yeah. Because I know sometimes when I start streaming the matches, people start to leave. And I'm like, don't leave, dude. We just got to the best part. No, really. We're at the best part once you get to the Wars of Liberty stuff. Tell me about it. Codefender wants me to do a match. You want me to do a battle? Really? Really? Fine. I'll join. It's fine. It wasn't in my resume, but I'll do it. Let me get in there then. And while I'm doing that, I'll share the stream with the Wars of Liberty servers too, so we can have them join on. So I guess they want me to play. I never take down an invitation. Best be worth it, man. What am I going to play as? So, before we do casting of Wars of Liberty games, this might be good for you to just get a feel of the mod and what it looks like through my lens when I'm playing it. And then you'll get to see my commentary for other Codefender's games afterwards and see how it sort of compares, more or less. I'm trying to think of a good civ we can try out here. What's one I usually like to do? There's a lot of them. Maybe I'll play Maori. Maybe. So I want to get something really crazy or something less crazy. Well, we got Ottomans to deal with, so India now. got a Desi Civ there to deal with. Let me figure this out. Maybe we'll go... Codefender's a good opponent too, so I can't... I'll go Canada. It's a good compromise. It's a pretty good one for this situation, so we'll get Canadians going. Quebec. Alright. Maple Leaf. Actually, no, I'll go Zulu. It's one of my better civs, plus it's a really zany one, so you might like it a bit better. Yeah. Yep, you didn't think it'd be getting Wars Liberty gameplay today, and I didn't think so either, considering the volume of wrecks that we got. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Let me get the stream link from the server I was just in over here. Share it up with the rest of them. And then that other Wars Liberty server there, and then we can... Yeah, maybe that'll get people to show up, but they know I'm doing the Walero Tiempo. Walero Tiempo. Walero Tiempo. Walero Tiempo. Walero Tiempo. Trying not to have my mic roll off my thigh. Yeah. Trying to hold it in place there. It's all good now, basically, yeah. Should be good. Ooh, somebody's playing Overrain in their machine. Wow, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, that's a fun game to play, man. Yeah, totally. I love Overrain. That's a beautiful view too, man. Look at that. I think he used his cell phone to take a picture of his monitor because I can see the curvature of the screen. He has one of those curvy monitors. Yeah, I want to stream that for you. I want to stream Overrain for you, so you can see a 2D Age of Empires experience. That should be really exciting, man. Yeah. Big time. Let me get that lamp in now since we're waiting. Also, I can get some more water too. Because you know we're going to need it later when I'm yapping about matches. somehow got in here without falling over the wire. I always worry about that. Ugh. Let me see. Trying to figure this out. I just want to make sure 100% if Foofy is fine with coming back in 3 hours or not. Because if he wants to do like a 1v1 with them, I can continue doing the stuff that I was planning on. It's up to him. Yeah. It's up to him, man. Totally. Because I was fine with just doing the casting as part of the stream. Just want to make sure he's totally cool with that. Because somebody actually legit pinged me during my live thing. So I'm assuming they want me to do it. No. It's up to you. Let's see what he says. I see him writing something out now. Also, I should read that message that he sent up there in his DM as well. Something about the entry fee for the tournament. My translator thing, I don't know all the Juanito Taco words. I know some of them, but not all of them. Let's see, I wanted to let you know that I'll be able to pay the $5, but a little later. I can't do it right now, but don't worry, I'll make the contribution later on. You know, that's totally fine. I'm not a stickler about that. As long as you're willing to add to the prize pool, that's totally fine for me, actually. Yeah. I'm not going to be a stickler and say we have to have this money before we start the event. No, you can pay it a day at a time. Oh, you have a class in 30 minutes? Oh, that. I think you cast for now. Okay, sounds good, man. Alright. Okay. Well, that changes up things then. Well, not really, because we just go back to what I was going to do before then, right? Yeah, no, totally. So, what did we agree on, people? Are we going to do the team games first? Yeah, I think we just do the team games. Sounds good to me. Sag. I mean, what's Sag? It sounds like badge. Alright. So, yeah. Let's get into this then. Some good old Wars of Liberty team game casting. Here we go. Should be very, very fun. Alright, so first is first. We got a 2 versus 2 between ERM and Kaiser against Codefender and Omar. Yeah, just so you know, ERM and Omar are sort of mid players. They're not that good. It's Codefender and Kaiser, they're the high level opponents. So don't expect too much from Omar and ERM. I mean, they'll definitely contribute. They are pretty decent, but they're just not going to be on the same playing field as these two are, just so you know. So what civs are they running? ERM is running Uruguay. His ally, Kaiser, is running Persia or Iran. Codefender is running Afghans. And Omar is running Japan. So we got Japan and Afghans against Iran and Uruguay. A war that would never exist in the real world, but exists in Wars of Liberty land. Yeah. So yeah, this should be very fun. All I can say about this matchup is that you're going to see a lot of skirmisher heavy gameplay for the Afghan and Japan team, I think. And then over on the other side of the ball, you're probably going to see a lot more musket-based gameplay, I think. I believe. But then again, I've seen ERM play a couple of games with me back on the weekend. He prefers to go with the Danube Legion Grenadiers over the Gallego muskets with his immigrant choice. So I think in that sense we might see Kaiser improvising some sort of unit strategy and then his ally just going with Grenadier type troops. That's what I think. That's what I think, honestly, in this matchup. Honestly, though, both teams are running very competent, strong civs. So I'm not worried about that. I don't think anyone's going to get screwed over by civ choice. It's really going to come down to skill, strategy, you name it. Alright, so it looks like both Middle Easterners are getting their madrasa and mahallas, right? Yep, you need your mahalla to get your population, 20 population. It's a 200 wood housing structure, so it gives you 20 pop. Plus, it contains a lot of technologies, including your capital, type text, a lot of the ones you normally get at the church. It's very effective, basically. And it's also where you call up your Minutemen, too. And when you call a levy of Minutemen, it sends it to all of your mahallas. So the more mahallas that you have, the more Minutemen that you receive through that batch. But you don't get to send an R1 for the rest of the game. Unless you're Persia or Saudi Arabians. Yeah, Saudi Arabians and Iranians are currently the only sort of Middle Eastern civs that can send out multiple batches of Minutemen every time they send a red madrasa tech through this structure here called the madrasa. So what a madrasa does, it's a building that contains a bunch of big bun techs, right? Blue ones, yellow ones, and yellow ones. Yeah, blue ones, red ones, and yellow ones that essentially have different effects that scale up more and more every time you research that category of tech. Essentially, every few madrasa techs that you get will actually age you up instead of you aging up at a town center. So there are no sort of quartermasters or governor generals or naturalists when it comes to Middle Eastern aging up. No, you just research a ton of these big buns here at the madrasa, and eventually you'll get so many of them that you'll be aged up. To get to age 2, you need about 3 madrasa techs. Fortress age 7. I think industrial age is like 11 or 12 or something, and then the rest of them will get you to imperial age. Yeah. For Iran, Persia, you normally want to start with yellow madrasa techs like he's getting right now, called the Bota pattern. Essentially, the Bota pattern will give you 100 food and give you a tiny food trickle. Yeah, so that's essentially the theme of yellow madrasa text for Iran. Resource crates and a subsequent resource trickle accompanying those crates for the rest of the game. So both early game boost in eco and late game boost in eco. It's really nice. And yes, you do often want to get them back to back like he's doing right now, picking up Ardabil carpet. Looks like he's decided to ship villages in. But he's got food trickle if he wants even more food to propel him into those madrasa techs. Which I should also explain too. So basically, something else you need to know about madrasa techs. They all cost different things. So the yellow techs will always cost food. The red ones will always cost gold. And then the blue ones will cost food and wood in a smaller amount. It's sort of like a combo plate. Except for Afghans. Afghans like this civ here, who's again... their madrasa techs right now, their blue madrasa techs actually cost wood. So no food and gold combo, just wood. So yeah, that's why you might see Afghans chopping trees a lot more often, because they're just trying to get their blue madrasa techs, because the blue madrasa techs for Afghans are actually really helpful, because they actually give you free villagers. On top of some other cool effects too. But the free villagers one is probably the most immediately beneficial to you. The other stuff that the blue madrasa techs do is benefit these structures, the mahallas. Because Afghans don't actually get towers. They actually just garrison their villas inside of these mahallas, which is very helpful for defense. And then using blue madrasa techs, you can add more functionalities to the building, right? You can increase the range attack damage that it does when it's garrisoned. You can increase the capacity of villas you can put inside of it. You can have it be able to train bushes of resources instead of having to have a found do it. You can have it be able to train nomads. It's very helpful. And if you're wondering what a bush is, look at these here, these poppy forges. These are gold bushes. Every Middle Eastern civ gets a gold bush and a food bush, right? You don't have mills and plantations when you're playing Middle East. You're simply just gathering from bushes the whole time. Yeah. And it looks like Codefender just submitted a 3 versus 3 as well. So I don't know if we'll get to that today, but as soon as HVNY pumps me up with some more D3 games, and possibly if we get more wool games, we could definitely look at that. Should be really, really fun, yeah. Okay, so this is the second blue madrasa tech, right? Looks like Codefender's aged up, correct? Yep. Alright. Just making sure he's aged up on time. Because Omar, poor Omar, hasn't aged up yet, right? He's getting to Toshuga Shrine, right? Okay. Yep. Very important. Yeah, typically in Legacy, whether it's Asian Dynasties or Wars of Liberty, you're going to often go with the Toshuga Shrine just because it's a really good economic wonder. It acts like a big giant shrine that can lure in a bunch of animals, plus has a cool little aura thing and makes the nearby shrines work better, too. So, yeah, very fascinating stuff, right? And then So ended up going with the Arabs, believe it or not. He actually ended up going with my strategy, which, hey, I think that's smarter at the end of the day. No, I'm not a narcissist. I'm actually being serious. Because, Gallegos are really good muskets, you know. They're essentially based off of the more Middle Eastern muskets in the game, like the Jundis and the Sarbazan. So they got some pretty fascinating stats, right? They get about 25 range attack, 143 on the HP, also a slightly different resource cost. I mean, they're actually cheaper in food than the average musket, so not a bad unit to say the least. He's also picking up sport hunting too. Basically the same as like spice trade. So he's getting some improvement on his hunting rate, which is really awesome. Let's see how that works out, right? Yep. Looks like he's rushing the Afghan player now, who just got a red Madras attack, because now I see he has an extra Explorer, an extra Malik, and he's gone to free Dual Talab as well. So he's in really good shape, I would say. Yeah, totally. Look at those Nizam Atleys cutting through all those units, yeah. These were essentially Persian hand cavalry. They have a multiplier against skirmishers, so they're kind of like Naganatas or Sawars in a way. They're honestly pretty strong, so yeah, no, most definitely if you can do some of them, you're often in pretty good shape, I would say. I think they're basically statistically Yulons, but they have a multiplier of skirmishers on top of them, so they're essentially one of the only Yulon-like type cavalries in the game that still is like a 2-pop unit just because of that high damage output. Essentially, yeah. Making them slightly more damage packed than regular Yulons, yeah. Lego's rushing on to Omar's shrines as well. That's very annoying, because if he can take some of these out, that's going to cut down the Japanese player's pop and his economy from the trickle that those shrines provide. Granted, the Japan did a great job with producing shrines, it looks like. He was able to use Heavenly Kami to get a ton of them. So even if he loses all 3 of these, pretty good shape, honestly. Yeah, no, totally. That should be a pretty easy setup there, honestly, to say the least. Yep. Well, we'll see, though. Looks like shrines being sieged right here. Going Kie Skirmisher to defend. That's the perfect response, since that's a Skirmisher. That should be very easy to use against these Gallegos. Problem is the numbers issue. But he's looking to fix that very quickly by shipping in some wood, picking up more attack on his skirms, plus shipping in 5 of the Kie skirms with this. Remember, you're Japan, so you can ship your unit cards twice. And thus, if he needs a quick 10 skirms really quick and stat, he can do it. What's going on down here, though? Gallegos made it to the Afghan base, and now he's, like, blasting villagers. Problem is, though, is that these Middle Eastern explorers kind of copies a regular unit. So they actually have multipliers against some muskets. They're like actual skirms, actually. Gizelchi skirms. It's very nice. Here comes the Nizam Atlas now, yeah. Sieging away the Citadel, looks like, yeah. Shipping in 3 Lanceros as well, very good. Alright, that's a big Galego mass. I'm assuming he's gonna go for Afghan's base again. Right now, you're seeing something we've commonly see with Middle Eastern civs, which is turtling. How you turtle with Middle East is you ship in these Citadel shipments, one after another. And what they do is they allow you to have another Citadel, and you basically just turtle out with them pretty much. Yeah. Essentially, Citadels are Middle Eastern town centers, but they're extra sturdy. You can tell they have a lot more hit points. Look at this, 7,500 hit points. That's more than the average HP on the TC, which is normally like 600. And another thing too is the Citadels constantly shoot at units without being garrisoned, so they're essentially like big giant towers or forts, which is really cool. Yeah, no, Citadels can be really scary. And I think they even get a card called Advanced Citadel that gives them like the fort style cannon attack too, making them even more dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a really powerful thing, really. Yeah. Crazy stuff, man, yeah. Looks like here Japan's coming to aid Afghans, but unfortunately it's got Nizam Adley's just clawing through his skirmishers, and not only that, the Uruguay also shipped in 3 Lanceros from his home city. He's going to use that to start clawing through his skirms as well. So that's a pretty big deal there, actually. So look at all the skirms that just got wiped out from the Japan player. That's huge. He's going to back out, I'm assuming, yeah. I see Kaiser's got the royal court set up too. So I'm wondering, has he gotten any sort of like royal courtiers from France yet? Because if he, let me see. He hasn't yet, alright. So basically, these cards here are a little bit more complicated. Basically, if you go to like the structure called the royal court, like Iran has, research specific countries' courtiers, these cards actually become better and ship out additional units. Because he hasn't done that yet, it still just ships out like 7s waves. But if he gets all 3 courtiers, he can potentially get like up to 10s waves out of this. Yeah. Typically with Middle East, you can only pick 1 courtier per age, but Persia is a bit special, and they can research 2 courtiers per age, giving them a bigger plethora of unit options that they can ship in. And they're also the civ that gets the most courtier options to date, too. So instead of just like 2 foreign options and 1 domestic option for a courtier, they got like 5 foreign options. Austria, Hungary, Italy, France, British, and Russians. So they get all sorts of different little unit tricks so they can run in there to really help them out with their battles, yeah. Bibu. Bibu has to touch grass early, so I will take my day off for the week today. Bee-boo. Oh no, Bee-boo, no. We need you, Bee-boo. Bee-boo. Yeah, little Bee-boo, Bee-boo. Bee-boo, Bee-boo, Bee-boo. Hey, at least I'm streaming. That's good, right? I technically stream every day of the week, right? Yeah, no, totally. I'm starting to think of, like, even the days I have to go out to do stuff midday, I'm thinking of ways I can get more stream time in early, too. Like, maybe I'm thinking, like, this week if I have to go out on, like, Sunday or whatever again, I'll just do a Kirby Air Rider stream early and then do the Star Wars one later. And that way we finally get to work on my Kirby City Trial ELO again after so long. And then maybe even do some other titles, too. Who knows? Yep. It's all possible. Switching the Genbazin. Good choice. Essentially, the Genbazin are Persian musketeers, right? What makes them special is they have a very high range attack and a high statistical attack overall. So, you can see, veteran-wise, these Genbazin already have like 37 range attack, which is pretty good. Well, he also got the combat car on top of them, too, so that's a big thing as well. Now, one thing I'm surprised he didn't get yet was the Jiangju. Because what this does, it allows your veteran and your guard upgrades for the Genbaz to be cheaper. Plus, it allows the Explorer to provide an extra aura to your Genbaz and to make them stronger. Because if you didn't notice, if I get close, notice this like little like Moroccan sort of flag something underneath the feet of these Genbaz in here. Every Middle Eastern explorer has one particular unit in your roster that he boosts up more. For Persia or Iran, it's the Genbazin. So as long as you have your explorer here near these Genbazin, they'll actually gain more hit points and attack. And what this card does, this one, the Jiangju one, it actually improves that special aura even more. Which is really nice, yeah. But look, what's happening here? We got Japan going for a major push against Uruguay. Spamming Samurai and Kie skirms. He do try to do some artillery, but only had one cannon. He got stopped really quick. Looks like Kaiser's going to have to save his friend. Yep. He's got a huge, massive variant upgraded Genbazin, plus he's got some Mosak rockets behind him. The Mosaks really don't matter a lot here, since there's more or less like Culver and Mortar type artillery units. But oh wait, Uruguay also has an army that they were saving up too. Massa Gallegos and Escobateros with some frontal lanceros, and they got some artisanal cannons in the back. Yeah, no, it looks like they're going to try to sandwich in this Japanese force, which is very good. Looks like Codefender has reached Industrial Age, though. I just noticed that on the side of the screen there. And that's big, because once Middle East Civ reaches the Industrial Age, things really ramp up very quickly. Yeah. Did he just abandon his friend? I think he just did. Well, yeah, because the Afghan player's finally coming to join the fight. He's got in Sepoys and he's got Gizelchis. Essentially, Afghans get this scary card here called Duran Line. It has it so that all these Citadel town centers give you free Sepoys over time. But that's not all. He sent the Polygamy card. Polygamy removes your ability to train villagers, but your town center citadels will produce blocks of 2 villagers for free over time. So it essentially takes it from like a regular town center and makes it into more of an Ottoman town center with free villas. So, with Afghans being the scariest one to practice this, because not only are they getting free villagers, they're getting free infantry too, free Sepoys. And since these Sepoys are considered royal courtier units for Afghans, they get Shadow Upgrade for free. So they're already like guard muskets. And it looks like Codefender's taking all his like resources and like training some Gizelchis here. Essentially Afghan sniper type skirms. Yeah, they're essentially snipers. You know, they might be skirms, but if you look at the range, they got like a range profile similar to the longbowmen of the Brits, which is very nice. They spot out some Gallegos here from the Uruguay, and they dish out a bit of a fight, but it looks like in the end, the codefender beats out those units. Yeah, very nice. Oh, here's some founds here popping out some pomegranates. Here comes the shogunate now too. Yeah, Omar is the only one that hasn't like made it beyond the second age yet. So he's a little bit behind in like upgrades and stuff. So he's probably gonna want to do something about that right away. Yeah, big time.
Nani?
Ooh, here comes the exploding carts. Yeah, these are often a very good option for you if you're a Latin American civ. So instead of like petards, Latin American civs get the exploding carts. Essentially, what these carts do is they blow up instantly instead of having an animation. So they're actually better than petards because they actually explode like that. See that? Boom! Took out a wonder. You can also take out this wonder too. How's Nomar doing on that wonder? If he could take this out, he can deny him a fortress age. Oh my god! He just canceled his age up by taking out the wonder. We rarely ever see that, folks. Keep note of that. That like rarely ever happens. You never ever see that happen. Usually, people are usually good about making sure that doesn't happen, but when that happens, it's pretty scary, man. Somebody just sieges your wonder using some explosive units, and then it denies your age up. Because now, the Japan player has to make a choice. Is he going to try to age up again, or is he just going to like take all the resources he just got back, make some army now, and help out his friend? Because it looks like codefender is winning. The Giselchi Sepoy combo appears to be working. Because he's got the Giselchis at this point up to the guard upgrade, the regulated upgrade, plus he's got all those guard Sepoys too. So he's in pretty good shape right now, yeah. And more guard Sepoys are made from down below as well, so he's got an even bigger mass. And look at all the skirms that, oh my god, I didn't realize he had that massive skirm still. That's pretty big. So now it looks like they can try to divide and conquer here and wipe out Uruguay. And then finish off the Persians after that, yeah. That's what I would do personally. It's going with the shogunate again, right? Yeah. Oh no. Ah, no, ignore one. See, if I was smart, I would sneak up and do that later. So, like, just as he's ready to click up with the wonder there, just wipe it out so that way you prevent him from training military. Because if he wanted to, he could say screw it and just start making military and start, like, swamping you with army. You gotta be really careful with that stuff. Yeah, I know, totally. Can't let that gamble get you. Ooh, midfa cannons. That's very nice. Because essentially with the wall of cannons, the Afghan can't actually proceed to him. Which I think is really good for him, yeah. Look at all those cans there. Wow, that's insane. Oh man, look at all that. That's insane. Now, the question is, how many of those can survive and actually blast those skirms? Because look at what's happened there. The Japan just keeps trying to sneak around with his cavalry and cut through his artillery. But looks like the Gallegos of the allied player are enough to cut through the cav and start blasting through his skirms easier, yeah. Boy, what a wall of artillery does. That's like brutal. Just doing a wall of artillery like that can sometimes win you the game. And then now we got the Afghan player showing up. He was trying to get some duel tabs in front of his army to try to reach those cans, but they're all stopped in their spot. And now he's just trying to crawl over the Junbas so he can reach the cannons, but unfortunately he's taking so many hits that it's crazy. Looks like in the end though the Afghan will be able to break through his line there. Yeah. Japan actually has a lot of food. Did you notice that? It's like 4,600. That's a lot of food, actually. A big surplus. Plus, he's getting out his general, his Gensui. His Naigoka Gayashi. The guy with the super long mustache. We're exploring carts again. Oh dear. Oh dear God. If he loses that Shogunate now, he can't get it back, too. Which is crazy, man. Because that wonder also cheapens his military units. So if he can wipe that out, it'll make it hard for Japan to train troops. Also just noticing the Afghan just got to Imperial Age too. So now he got like an automatic Imperial upgrade on all his sepoys. Maxing them out to the fullest. And he got the Imperial upgrade on the Jazelchis too. Look at that. Those are Imperial too. I would say if you're Afghan though, try to get research Jazair from your building. From your gunsmith. Because then you can get a multiplier against heavy infantry. Jazair is essentially Middle Eastern counter-infantry rifling, and it's a really good addition, typically. Bro Gambare. Yeah. Wei Zheng's. Bro Gambare. Hey there, fella. How you doing, man? I don't think I've seen you chat before. What game are you from? Age of Empires 3, Age of Mythology? I think you're from AoE 3, right? Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Hopefully you're enjoying the battles here, because we're seeing some really good warfare. I'm just blowing my nose now because I'm getting some congestion, but outside of that, battles have been really good. Oh, now Kaisersan and mercenaries too. The Divzars. The Azerbaijani mercenaries. Wow. Did he ship those in or... Oh, he didn't? Yeah. Because I believe they get... Not only does Iran get a card to ship the Divzars in, they actually get a card that also unlocks them at the mercenary building too. So if you really like them, you can also train them in on top of that, which is really good. I think Codefender did the majority of the heavy lifting that game, honestly. Because you saw what he did there with the Afghans, right? He did the Duran line to get the sepoys out, and then he went polygamy to get the free villages out, and then he essentially boomed out like a madman. Just like I do. This is exactly the build I do with Afghans, and it works like every time, or almost every time. It's really strong. Yeah. Even at his own hookah lounge, too, to get mercenaries out. Wait a minute, no, that was Kaiser's. Where's Codefender's base down here? Yep. Good game though. I like that. I love watching Middle Eastern gameplay. It's one of the most fun things in the mod to witness. So hopefully the other team games will also have some Middle Eastern action too, hopefully. Alright, let's go into the next one now. We'll do the team games, you think, right? Yeah, let's do the team games. Alright, here we are again. We got ERM now teaming with Codefender. And then we got KevRK and Omar. So Kaiser is out. KevRK is in, teamed up with Omar. Yeah. So what civs they run now? We got ERM as Uruguay. Codefender as Indians. Kev as Germany. And Omar as Japan. So basically all vanilla civs except for running Uruguay this time. Yeah. I don't really like that. I like to see more Wars Liberty civs, but honestly, I can't blame them, you know. Wars Liberty definitely buffed up the old civs pretty good, so it should be a very strong matchup to say the least. Looking forward to it, most definitely. Alright, so let me figure out these strategies, what they're going for exactly. Because I think it's pretty obvious what Germany and Japan are sort of going for. Japan's going to try to spam out a ton of shrines. Germany is going to try to spam out a ton of Mites Concernes, right? Because remember, in Wars of Liberty, Germany is not the same one that we just saw in the 5th edition, right? Germany in this mod gets all the properties of British. So they get the Manor Boom, right? If you build a Mites Concerne house, you get a free villager, a free settler. You also get the Royal Guard muskets, Royal Guard hussars. You know, Uhlans are gone, Doppels are gone. It's really just British. Yeah. Not totally British, but a lot of British stuff. I see you just shipped in 3 settlers. Yep. He might send out Obrecht plan as well, because the Obrecht plan is the one that essentially cheapens your manor houses. So it's essentially German Virginia Company. Yeah, it's the Virginia Company of Germany. They'll cheapen your manors, so you can boom up with them a lot more. Alright, looks like Omar is... I'm trying to see how much food he's got relative to Egypt. India's trying to go for this treasure, aren't they? This 4E wood one? Yep, but they're luring out the polar bear. And they pull back. Alright, yeah. Alright, looks like Omar's gonna start with the Shogunate. That's an awfully weird one to start with. Yeah. I suggest you go to Sugar Shrine. Yeah, I don't think of any instances where you'd actually want to go with that wonder to start with. It's better to get it later, so you get the free general with it, the free Jinsui. Yeah, no. Definitely. Definitely think you should get it later, but that's just me. Actually, that's a lot of people, but still. I don't know.
Bereit. Aufgabe: Holzfäller.
Alright, so now, I'm trying to figure this out. So you got about 4 Mainz Casernes, right? So 4 extra vills for Germany. Omar is doing what? No production yet, right, for military? No. Codefender doing Gurkhas out of his Agra fort. Pretty smart move, actually. Mainly because he knows both of his opponents will play right in the Gurkhas very well. Right, so for Japan, you're either going to go Shogumas, Musket, or Kie Skirm. Gurkhas are great against that. And then the Germany, they usually play line infantry because it really suits them well as sort of that British style setup, right, with the banner booming. So, how do you deal with that? Just spam Gurkhas, right? Yeah, basically just that. So I think the India's in really good shape doing that. He also trained some Rajputs too, which I was really surprised by. But see, if he gets some Rajputs here, he'll be able to siege the shrines quicker too. So that's probably what he was thinking about, yeah. Again, these shrines sound quicker. Yeah, right now, none of these guys have an answer to Gurkhas, just saying. Because, see, this is the thing. Of course, Kev went into line infantry. Is he going to keep going line infantry, though? Looks like he's stopped for now. He might consider doing more volunteers now that he knows the Gurkhas are in play. But we'll see. I mean, he already has a couple out, right? So he's actually been starting to train those. So, yeah. Very interesting stuff. I think it's really going to come down to if he knows he's going to have to defend his ally or not. He's probably going to do more of them. Because honestly, between Kies of Japan and the volunteers of Germany in Europe, I'd rather go in with the Japanese skirmishers than the European ones. Because the Japanese ones do more damage. And they have more range too. Yeah, the hit points are the same. But it's the range. These guys have 18 range and 23 damage. These guys only have like 16 damage and 16 range. So of course you're going to pick these ones, right? Yeah, so at the end of the day, I think if you're Germany, just try to hold back and defend yourself against Uruguay and whatever they're doing. And what is Uruguay doing? We haven't checked on them in a while. Well, it looks like he has gone fast fortress with German immigrants. So he has done the one thing that I tell you to never do with Uruguay, which is to pick the same immigrant twice. Because with Uruguay, you get so many cool combinations of immigrants that you can combine with each other because of their SID bonus. You should never get the same immigrant twice. Because how do I know he did that? Because he just got the brewery's tech right here to get 2 gold works. So I know he did that, and I'm just like, man, I'm throwing my hands up in the air like I just don't care, because I would never do that myself. Just saying. Just saying, dude. I think if he's doing decisions like that, poor Codefender's going to have a real tough time here. Dealing with both Omar and Kev. Spamming him with stuff. Now, my question is, why is the Germany player, right, like, well, he just split off his volunteers now to, like, do that, but now he's got line infantry now, too. Because I think Code was thinking he was going to be able to flank him with Sowars, but now the line infantry shows up, and he's like, yeah, no, I'm going to out-dodge at this point, yeah. Looks like the main thing they're trying to do right now is secure the shrines over here for Japan, so he can get his pop and his resources up with those extra shrine-related trickles on top of those hunts, which would be a really good strategic grab, honestly. Now it looks like India's done a huge stack of Rajputs. Wow. See, with Rajputs, he's going to get a lot of siege work out of them, but unfortunately when you run into this wall of ranged infantry like Germany and Japan, then it becomes really hard. Definitely. So is, oh, Codefender's still in age 2, right? Yeah. Switching to the British consulate now. He'll be able to get 2 batches of grasshoppers out with that. And no, I don't mean the bugs. I mean the consulate allies here. The grasshoppers. They're basically renamed green jackets. So essentially British skirms. They will have some pretty good stats there against those line infantry. Because recently, there was a change to the green jackets. They removed some of their range attack and some of their other stuff. But now they have more multipliers against heavy infantry. Look how much multipliers they get against heavy infantry now. It's like 3. That's huge. They got like, they start with like the range attack of like a crossbowman, but they get 3x against heavy infantry, man. That is big. That's a big deal, man. A big deal. That's huge, actually. That means they're going to shred the line infantry very well. Plus they get 18 range, similar to the Japanese skirm, so range-wise they're also very effective. This is the death of Codefender here. Look at all the dead vills. That's his whole hunt. He's gonna lose his whole hunt. Or most of it. He lost most of his hunt right there. You tell me that's not fatal? Oh man. That's like crazy, dude. That's serious stuff there. Wow.
शरीर मार सकता है, पर आत्मा अमर है.
Taking out some of the Omar shrines now that they push them back is a great idea. Plus, picking off the Vil would be even better, but unfortunately it gets away. Now you see Germany putting their fort right here. Can you get it down, though, before... Well, you got skirms protecting it, though. That's the thing. Even if he takes his Rajputs, he runs right at the fort. It is being defended by the proper unit right now. So that's good for the Japan and Germany team, bad for the India one. Because it seems like Uruguay isn't really providing a lot of help. They're just doing little batches of Lancer. Oh, never mind. Here comes the veteran conscriptos there. Yeah. Fort's almost done, right? Yeah, alright, the fort's up. It's going to provide some range support now, and India is retreating. Has the Germany also switched to skirm as well? Yeah. Omar is still in H2, by the way, so these are like unupgraded skirms. Whereas Germany's using fully fledged veteran European skirms right now. India's finally aging up with the Karnamanda for Eco, so they'll get their gather rate up around the building, especially if he does rice paddies around it. That should be a really nice boost. Yep, totally. Going Mahouts, that's a good move. Basically the shipping you get with India is like really expensive. It's like 1,000 food, but it gives you like 3 Mahouts. You also get a smaller one that gives you 350. Gives you only 2 Mahouts, but it's a 350 food one. I always say to go for this one first and then follow it up with that. But if you're in any sort of budgety situation, you can definitely get the cheaper one first. I just prefer the more powerful one myself. Is this a 5-player free-for-all? This is a 2 versus 2 game. 2 versus 2. ERM and Codefender versus Omar and Kev. One team is up here. The other team is like down here. Yep. I don't know where you're seeing the 5th player from, honestly. Yeah. It's probably the colors on the map, probably, which is totally fine. But yeah, no, it's India and Uruguay versus the Japan and Germany. Yeah. Yeah, Uruguay's taking his time here trying to get rid of those shrines, but now the Japan's coming down to sort of stop that right away. He's not in age 3 yet. Let me see if he's planning on it. No, he's mostly just spamming Gunto riders and training Kies, right? Yeah. I would say if you're not going to age up, at least get some more troops, man. Because look at what's going to happen now because he's Mahouts. He's going to get absolutely melted right here. On top of the Veteran, Rajput's mixed in too. Yeah, no, that Splash Attack on the Mahouts is absolutely a butcher to skirms because it's 37 times 2, 74 damage to skirms. That's a big problem right there. Oh, tell me about it. It's a huge problem. I got the skirms here fighting the conscriptos, right? Yep. Very nice. Oh, he's picking up Palese. That actually adds more pierce armor onto his cavalry here. So now they got like a pierce armor of like 30, which is a lot more. Yeah. Basically, it makes them into like really durable scout units. Alright, so now it looks like we got mostly hand cavalry from the Japan, right? He's not aging up yet, which is really weird, dude. Okay, now he is. Alright, he's got a Golden Pavilion here. Okay. I was like, wait a second. You're telling me he's still not aging up yet, right? He has Bloody Harvest. He should probably send that right away to get his multis up on skirms. Just saying. Especially if you run into a roomie. But right now you got big problems. You got a ton of Mahouts, you got Rajputs behind them, and then you got a big army of Green Jackets and Gurkhas behind them. So watch out for that. Thankfully you got a Germany ally that's sort of up to date with his infantry and stuff, so let's see what happens here. Yeah. Looks like right now everything's neutral. I don't know. Looks like he doesn't have a lot of troops. But watch out for those exploding carts, though. It's gonna blow something up. Okay, he's got like a ton of line infantry here. Is that enough to fight a ton of elephants, though? Because now the Gunterers have sort of connected with the skirm targets. And now the German infantry is defending against elephants. One elephant is down. Another one could go down any time. Most of the line infantry are dead, though. Look at that. Not good. I would have kept him in range and just fought. Oh my! Look at how many Bahouts are still alive here. Wow, this is a debilitating situation to find yourself in. Oh yeah, no, it's very debilitating. Unbelievable, dude. Wow, crazy, insane. Actually, yeah, totally. GG's, man. Wow. Crazy. That was... Whew. I think codefender just demonstrated why India is such a scary civ and why it makes a lot of people salty. Yeah, those elephants. Those elephants are crazy, dude. Yeah, no, those Mahouts. Unbelievable unit, man. Crazy stuff. No, totally. Those Mahouts. Insane stuff, man. Wow. Crazy stuff. Totally. Let's do the next one, too, because we got 2 more team games, right? Got team game 3 and the team game 4, right? Yeah, let's crank these ones out. And then we can do some of the 1v1s that he's got. Unless you want me to do the 3v3. But I'm thinking maybe we save that one for next time. Yeah. And then around 11 or so, we'll put in HVV Chaos with Star Wars. So here we are. We got ERM as Uruguay. Sticking with Uruguay. Bandar is going Canada. Kev is going Germany. And Code is going Paraguay. I like this matchup. Love playing Canada, and I love playing Uruguay, and I love playing Paraguay. Paraguay, Uruguay, Canada. 3 of my most favorite civs. Ones I do the most often, too. Yeah. This should be a really, really good matchup, yeah. Really looking forward to this one. Okay, the log cabin is going down now, right? Yep, very nice. Yep, essentially the log cabins for Canada not only act as houses, but they also trickle wood too. Yeah, they trickle about zero point 0.2 wood per second. So every 5 log cabins that you have is trickling you literally 1 wood per second. And not only that, Canadian buildings also produce maple trees when they're built. So if you build a building, expect about 3 or so maple trees to show up somewhere, giving you even more tree access. Yeah. It especially helps on desert-like maps where there's not a lot of trees to make sure that you at least get some sort of trees that you can work with. Yeah, which is very helpful. So I'm trying to figure this out. So it looks like Canada's aging up with Louis Joseph and Montcalm, one of the Quebecois age ups, essentially giving him access to the Troupe d'Arménie. Anglo-ish shivs like Canada get this thing where they get to choose their unique unit, which is very nice. Let me go out and pick it up outside my porch, and then I'll be back in, alright? Give me a moment. Took a while, but here we are. So again, we're in a 2 versus 2 between Codefender and KevRK versus ERM and Bondar. So Bondar and ERM versus KevRK and Codefender. It's going to be a Canada, and who's the R1? ERM is Uruguay, right? Still? Yep. Facing off against Paraguay and Germany. Yep. So, very important fact. Looks like the Paraguay has aged up as the French immigrants. Yeah. This is going to be 99% of the time going to be the pick for them. Gives you like 400 food. So kind of like the Philosopher's Prince in many ways. Also, the French immigrants are always just really good because they got some of the best gatherers in the game, as well as a good selection of military too, right? Because I don't think I touched on this at all. The main thing you get out of immigrant colonies when you're aging up is the fact that you can train additional battalions or units for about a shipment. So it's essentially like having extra infinite unit shipments in your deck for units you normally can't actually train, which is really cool. French are particularly one of the best ones because they give you 3 different units. Some immigrants only give you 1 unit, right? French being one of the best ones, giving you 3. Also, their workers, the French workers, are actually some of the best because, well, they don't have a very good specialization in a skill. They're good at everything, essentially. They have, like, good combat stats, very similar to the Coureur de Bois, and gather rate is good against everything, so they have no weaknesses. Much like the French civ that they come from. Yeah. Now, main thing with Paraguay gameplay is the fact that you get these structures called the works buildings, right? The food works that trickles food, wood one that trickles wood, and then the gold works too that trickles gold. And not only that, Paraguay gets free military from their buildings. Free infantry and free cavalry. You can still train units from the Paraguayan barracks and stable, but you'll still be getting like a free troop out of the structure as well. For the barracks, it's these guys, the Piterai. Essentially a sort of a coyote runner type melee infantry, so sort of like shock infantry if you're a DE player that has splash attack. And then the stable, you get the Akayobatai, essentially like a weaker version of like the Japanese or Indian cavalry with the built-in skirmisher multiplier. Quite good. And essentially what you're supposed to do with Paraguay, leverage all the trickles you get from these buildings, the works buildings, with the free units that you get out of these buildings here, and combine with units that you train to get a really good offensive going, yeah. And essentially by sticking the French colony this far up in the map, Codefender is using it as an offensive tool, so that he can essentially have his battalions they train from this structure later for a shipment be closer to the front lines, and also, if you look closely, he's training the French workers now. These French workers will go on to this hunt right here, thus being able to herd it closer to his base and make it a safer bet. As far as army is concerned, mixture of spearmen, the Pardos, against Cav, and you got the Escobateros, which is sort of like the early game skirmisher of the Lamb civs. These woods have a splash attack. If you look here, it's a 1 area of effect. Essentially, it's a shotgun trooper, so it does like shoots multiple bullets out, but not all of them hit. Sometimes they all hit and it's a big deal, and sometimes only a couple hit. Thus, every bullet has its own accuracy. Later on, once you hit age 3, you can get the buckshot tech. The buckshot essentially adds more accuracy on all the bullets, so you're more likely to get that golden scenario where all the bullets actually land on something, making it a really lethal unit. Yeah. So essentially, in general, Escobateros are going to be usually weaker than these guys, the volunteers, which are, you know, your everyday crossbowman statted skirmisher. whereas the Escopeteros can overcome that through RNG. Yeah. So if RNG is on your side, Escopeteros are absolutely going to be better than these volunteers here. But if the RNG is not on your side, you're going to wish that you had these guys helping you out. So, yeah, the best thing I can say for you, get a ton of them. Get a ton of Escopeteros. Spam, spam, spam. If you get a lot of them, doesn't matter if the accuracy doesn't work, because the ones in the back and the ones on the side have a likelihood of getting all the bullets working themselves. That way, you know, it's like instead of putting a coin into one slot machine to get the jackpot, you got like 200 slot machines throwing coins into them simultaneously so you get a jackpot, which deepens your odds more since you're putting in more chances to win. Yeah, kind of similar to lottery in that sense too. That's essentially what you want to do as Latin Americans, not just Paraguay, but any civ that gets like Escopeteros, which is most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. You want to just get as many Escopeteros as possible so that you can really leverage that splash attack that they're so famous for with the one area of effect with their shotgun weapon. It's very helpful. A Might's Concerne up here is a pretty bold move, since that's right around the area that the enemy is attacking from, right? Now, one thing to note, the enemy was able to siege down his French immigrant colony, but because he has some workers here, he can actually rebuild it later using these villagers. Yep. So, immigrant colonies are sort of semi-vulnerable structures that if you lose them, you lose them. But as long as you have at least one immigrant worker from that structure still alive, they can actually rebuild it for you. So if you don't train the workers, consider it as vulnerable to losing as, say, a factory or a fort. But if you do keep the workers alive... Oh, never mind. They're going to get killed. Who cares? They're dead. But don't worry, though, because I think with French, if you age up with them again in Fortress Age, you do actually get some French workers from the TC. So if he does want that French colony back badly, he can actually get it back later, just because of the way the age-ups work. So consider yourself lucky, my friend. Otherwise, you'd be really out of luck. But that being said, he might not even need to do that, right? He might just be fine rushing his opponent with that. He could obviously pick another immigrant colony for Fortress 8 to do that instead. It's really up to what he wants to do, right? Yeah. For me personally, I would protect the French colony with my life since the units are always very helpful. I don't know if I would have did what he did there with sticking it right up in the front there. Because obviously you got an opponent that's playing Canada, you know, the Oro Croydon Civ 2.0 there, and they're very aggressive. They're very hard aggro with these Troupeau Marines. Consider these guys one of the best sailor units in the game and actually one of the few ones that are still very combat competent in all situations. They got very low hit points. Actually, underneath that, they have a crossbow, like 90 HP. But their range attack, 32. 32 range attack. That's more damage than an Imperial Age skirmisher in the vanilla game. That's a lot of damage. That's very severe. And you can imagine when you get Veteran, Guard, Imperial, that really stacks up. Though we rarely ever see these guys really made beyond like Fortress Age. Not because they're bad, it's just that you get even better stuff later on. But you can totally make Troubadour Marines into the late game. Especially if you're going to see things like artillery or siege troopers. Because both of those, it has multipliers against being a naval skirmisher or a sailor unit. Yeah. Consider units like the Troubadour Marine here to be very similar to the Texian Marines from the 5th edition. Or the Marines that you make with the United States Civ. You know, artillery multipliers, siege trooper multipliers. So like Minutemen on steroids that don't lose hit points. Yeah, kind of like that. These guys have crush armor too, so they're actually, in some ways, even better than the Marines in the 5th edition, right? The 5th edition Marines have hand armor, since they're sort of a derivative of the Minutemen, right? Yeah, these guys, since they're a whole different entity, happen to get crush armor, which is really good. The one downside, though, is that they get malices against cavalry. In Definitive Edition, they don't get a malice against cavalry, right? Since they're sort of a clone of the Minutemen, and the Minutemen obviously didn't get any malices, so yeah. These guys will be worse against cavalry, but they'll be more defensible against things like, say, grenade tosses, abyss guns, falconets, boats. They'll be able to tank that stuff a little bit better. So, it's kind of give or take, if you will, yeah. But their hand attack is normal, right? Their hand attack doesn't have a malice to it. So if you want to put these guys in the melee and fight for whatever reason, they'll probably be fine. They'll probably do very good, yeah. Particularly the Troubadour Marines get a hand attack of like 15, so they're a little bit more competent at the meleeing skill than most of the sailor units in the game, I would say. So if you're going to get into a melee tussle, do it with the Troubadour Marines, probably. Look at all those Troubadour Marines right there, right now, in the Escobateros, right? Very, very big. Alright, so he's getting more pity rise, I see. Yeah. Usually you just keep the ones that you get for free, but sometimes they are worth training. The thing you gotta be aware of, though, is that all these sort of free units you get with Paraguay, they're kind of trash. They're like garbage. So, only use them if they're serving a very specific role. Like, I would run pity rise mainly for masses of infantry, whereas I would run these guys for, like, masses of, like, say, artillery and skirmishers. If you're explicitly dealing with their specific counter, spam them like crazy because of their low price. But if it's anything outside of that purpose, don't expect them to be very flexitarian for you. They'll fail you pretty much outright. I think the Petty Rise are a little bit better because at least they're assault class, and assault class is usually a very flexible class. But the scout class dies to like spearmen, dragoons, and melee. So don't try to use it against that. Unless you're certain they're not going to go into melee mode and they're going to try to shoot at you and stuff. Because otherwise you're going to have some big issues. Let's look at the hand attack. It's like 14. That's a very low melee attack. Same thing with these guys. Well, actually, they're not as bad. 13 hand attack for a Mushatero type infantry is actually not a bad deal. That's why I say these might be a little bit more flexible than these. Yeah, no, look at the hit points. 91. 91. That's as bad as, like, that's like one hit point more than the Troubadour Marines are. They're like a hand infantry, so that's not very sturdy, to say the least. Yeah, it's not a very sturdy thing at all, actually. Look at this push they're doing right here onto Canada. We got both people here going for the full siege. Canada gets their artillery shipment at the wrong time, and they're just going to lose their cannons now. That's a big shipment to lose just so quickly like that. And, oh, interesting. So instead of trying to salvage the French colony, he's going to go for Scandinavians. I do think, though, if he wanted to get French back later, I think the Industrial Age up would just have more French workers. Because that's the one thing you'll notice with immigrants, is basically there's like 3 sets of rewards you get with the immigrants. And if you don't pick them in that particular age, it keeps sort of that reward, but it just makes it more, right? So it's kind of like levels in a game, right? You get level 1, level 2, level 3. If you don't go to level 2 in that world, when you get to the next time you age up, you don't transcend to the next level, right? You sort of just stay at that level. It's just going to be a little bit harder, right? And have maybe a couple more things in it, but yeah. So if he wants to get his French workers in industrial age and get back his French colony, he can absolutely do that. But as I've seen in the past, I think Codefender normally does indeed get Scandinavians around now. And that's great, because the Scandinavians have a really good immigrant unit. The ski troopers, essentially a really good skirmish unit with some pretty good Pierce armor, and they're really good at just running around and kiting stuff. So that ship should be really good. Yeah. I don't think there should be any problems there at all, actually. No, definitely not. It's like it's going to be a win here for these guys. Yeah, Canada resigned. I don't know what you're doing, Uruguay. Again, it's stable. What is Uruguay up to? It's getting Broomers and Pardos. He went double German immigrants. Again, I like get nauseous when I see this, man. When you're Uruguay and you don't diversify your portfolio with the immigrants. Yeah. And there's a reason for that. Because with Uruguay, there's the SIB bonus. If you don't pick a specific immigrant the age that it starts out as, it starts out becoming available at, it gets replaced with another one the next age. So Uruguay is basically telling you, pick different immigrants, because you're going to get not only a combo of 3 different immigrants on your plate like you can with most civs, but it's going to be from a larger pool. Not just a pool of 3 immigrants, it's going to be a pool from like 9 immigrants in different little combos, right? Because if you don't pick Germany, then it turns into I think Croatians or something, then it turns into Confederates in age 4. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how that works. No, they turn into French. That's right. They turn the French. And if you don't pick the French, I think they turn into Italians or Irish or something. Yeah. It's a real interesting way it works out. And of course you have your Spanish immigrants too, which you can get through this card with most of the Latin civs, advanced immigrants. So yeah, no, there's a lot of different immigrant colonies you can pick in this game. All of them with their own sort of benefits and pros and cons and stuff. Definitely worth trying out for sure. Yeah, 100%. Trying to see if anyone's... Alright. You want me to do the last team game too? I think you do, so let's do that one. And then we can just watch team games. Yeah, big time. Totally. Guess everybody went to bed. Now I'm just talking to myself now, huh? Yep. It happens sometimes. Or maybe they just got pissed I had to pick up the delivery outside my door. I don't know. Yeah. It is kind of Betty Bye time if you're a student that goes to school and stuff, right? And I know a lot of my viewers are, you know, still in, middle school, high school and stuff, so I understand if their parents are calling up and going, hey, son, you gotta go to bed now. You're gonna be late for school in the morning or something. I don't care. They can watch it later if they want. And I think a lot of the adults at this point are probably busy as hell, too, dealing with their kids and then work and stuff. I'm very lucky I get to live the life that I do and get to do all this streaming and casting and stuff. I'm very fortunate. Doesn't seem like it's always the best life to have because you're lacking in other areas, but no, you're very, very fortunate to be able to do all this streaming and casting for you, because most people don't get to do a platform that's this active, you know. So I'm always willing to come here and do stuff for you. I feel really... Oh, this is one that we did to get... Oh! Wait a second. This is the one that we... Wait a second. I'm not gonna do this one. You know why? Because I actually have this one recorded to publish to my channel this weekend. Yeah, no. I will not do this one, because this one I plan on publishing as a video on my channel. So we will not do that one. Just telling you. I don't want to give you spoilers on that one. I would be so sad if you if you saw that early and I wasn't able to publish it because you already saw it. No. I'm gonna be a little bit evil there and say, go watch it when I publish it. I'm not really being evil. I'm just saying, you know, I don't want to cast it because I'm going to publish it on my channel anyways. So, yeah. That one I did record right around, I think it was Sunday, last Sunday. Yeah. Because I did a couple of Wars Libby games that day, plus a Risk. I'm going to publish the Risk too. I did a big Risk on a new map that has diplomacy flags, and then the match that you just saw right there. It's a really good match where I do India. I won't say anything else about it. You'll have to check it out and see it. Yeah, let's do some Bondar versus Codefender games, shall we? Also, I'm starving, so I'm going to have some of the stuff I got through the delivery. Some guacamole stuff and tortilla. Very basic, very cheap, but very tasty. Yeah, so we got Codefender as India. And then we have Bondar as Mapuche. Wow, what a combination. I wouldn't want to deal with either Civ, honestly. One thing you'll know about Mapuche right away, they got 5 explorers. 5 of them. 5 different explorers. It's like literally the Justice League or the Avengers of the Marvel. Yeah, no, they have a whole company of heroes. And there's a reason for that, because if you look at the home city, there's nobody here. Isn't there usually... Oh, God, my throat. Jeez. Ugh. Something's congested there. Wow. Typically, if you play a Native American Civ, there's people here. There's no people here. You know why there's no people there? Because these are the people. These are the war chiefs that normally appear in your home city. Right? Scary, huh? How you have all those people gone working over here. And also, notice how he has a deck of 0 cards. 0 cards. Can you believe that? There's a Civ that has 0 cards in their deck. And there's a specific reason for that, because each one of these war chiefs that you have in the game with you gets to ship different cards. So instead of having to build a deck, you have access to every card in the Mapuche arsenal that you could send in the game. Right? And not only that, your Mapuche villagers get a trickle of XP while they work, so you have quicker access to cycle through those cards than the average Civ, right? And that's not including, obviously, using the fire pit too and trickling XP that way. You can totally do that as well. However, I will say, I think the XP trickle with the fire pit thing is bugged, but I'm not too sure about that. I'd have to do some fact checking, because before the Middle East patch, the fire pit was bugged. The XP trickle did not work. I think they might have fixed it. I'd have to confirm that, but yeah, whatever. That's all I'm gonna say. India, you don't really need to know much about India. I didn't mention this in the game before where they showed up. India, Moore's Libby gets free villagers relative to the age that they're in. So instead of just getting 1 free villager like you do in Definitive Edition, Industrial Age cards will actually give you 4 free villas instead of 1. 3 for Fortress Age, 2 for Age 2. So you do actually get much better shipments as India in this mod than you do in the vanilla game. Yeah, and also the consulate options I think are a lot better. Mainly because Ottomans here give you Abyss guns instead of Janissaries, which I think is a much better option. A really good option. Yep. It's really nice. And then the French and British immigrants in particular have some, or I should say consulate options have some really spicy options too. So, yeah. Really nice stuff. Sorry about the noise. I was trying to open the guacamole container. Yeah. I'm figuring, since nobody's here to listen to me, I might just be very quiet and try to eat while I look at this and only explain stuff that's really interesting. Yeah, nothing's really interesting right now. They're just peace building Agrifort. Mapuche would, I'm assuming, would age up pretty soon. He doesn't have a lot of food though. Gosh, what's up with the lack of food, man? He's got like no food in his stockpile, dude. He's gonna get a really late age up doing that, I think. But if I remember correctly, Mapuche always had a delayed age up. So it might be, it might be something related to that for sure. Yeah, totally. At least that sound wasn't his curse trying to take the plastic off. Yeah. Tell me about. Ugh. Maybe I can give you some eating ASMR and mukbang while I do this. I usually turn it off because I figure people don't want to listen to that. But if you want to hear me do some mukbang right now, you can hear me do it, I guess. Looks like that Agrifort is going up. Now, one thing I'm going to teach you about Mapuche, right? And by the way, look at this. He's shipping in about 700 wood with this war chief right now. This is how you send cards as Mapuche. You look at you get to your explorer you want. Look at the UI and you pick the card that you want. Also, dude almost screwed up really bad by having the shipment take place right here within range of the Agrifort. Because if he lost his war chief to that Agrifort, I don't think you can get him back easily. Because unfortunately there's a bug with the fire pit where you can only get back one of the war chiefs but not the other ones. So, but then again, this is the one that you can get back. If you lose one of these war chiefs, one of the other ones, then good luck to you, my friend, because then you can't do much. Which is really bad. Alright, so now what we're seeing here is it looks like the India's going to probably go for a fast fortress. That'd be my prediction because he's shipping in coin, but he also has 700 food. So that's like a very fast fortressy setup. Especially for someone that doesn't really know the macro of India that well. But if I remember correctly, India and Vanilla is a lot harder to age up with than D. So that might just be a support card, I don't know. We'll have to see. Because the rest of the deck looks heavily Definitive Edition base. The only thing that's different is the Howdah one. Obviously in D you do Siege Elephants, but here he's doing Howdah. I think that's fine. One thing I always mourn though is that in Definitive Edition, no, not Definitive, Wars of Liberty, Dragoons are always kind of garbage because they have assault multipliers. And the assault multipliers don't actually affect the scout units, so like the hussars and stuff, so that can sometimes screw you over royally if you're not careful. Yeah, basically. A very similar recipe to the first India game we saw today. So he's really just going to spam Gurkhas out of his aggro fort, which I think is a great idea. It's actually a really strategic idea. Oh yeah, no, totally. If you're going to go Gurkhas, I think that's obviously very smart. Helps you out quite a bit, so that should be good. As for the other side, let's see what Bondar's up to. Bondar is going Fast Fortress. Yeah. He put up a corral, but doesn't seem to be doing anything out of it, right? Yeah, no, he's going for a Fast Fortress, man. So he might go Kowalko or whatever that thing is, that Lancer that Mapuche gets in Fortress Age. Could be going for that. The Kowalko or whatever it is. Yeah, can't even pronounce it. It's so many letters in the word. I know Mapuche language is a little bit funky in the way it spells stuff, but this word has like a ton of letters. I think it's the Kowalko. That might be it. Essentially, it's like a Spanish Lancer in terms of stats. Pretty good, yeah. But if he's running a Howdah shipment, I would totally watch out for that because those Lancers are assault class. Which the Howdahs would love to rip apart with their elephant trunks and their rifles and stuff. Tell me about. What's the age up, by the way? It's, Shaman. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't think people get the Shaman this early, right? At least if I don't remember correctly. Oh, he's gonna get the Malone, right? The Malones? Yep, the Malofe. No, it's the Malofe. So they changed it to the Malofe. Alright. Basically, these are, sort of like the Sawars. They're actually Lancers that have multipliers against skirms. Pretty nice, huh? Because back in the old days, these used to be like a Prishniks, but then the devs figured out that the Civ had like no early game good cav unit. There was melee, so they finally decided to turn these guys into like a, Lancer type, sort of a Sawar type Lancer unit, and now it's really popular. He's already training up like 4 of them. So you can get a 5th one, or he tried to get a 5th one. Now he's gonna queue up another one. Yeah. So these are the stats. It's 25, and then it has multipliers against Vils too. I forgot about that part. It's still a good rating unit. Oh, it's still a siege trooper. Is that right? Wow. 25 siege, multipliers against Vils. So yeah, no, it's kind of a semi-Aprishnik Sawar hybrid now, which I think is very good. Yeah, right now he's not in a good position though. He's got Rajput slowly pursuing him. You want to get out of that hole as fast as you can, man. Look at his Qatars coming right after you too. Yeah, maybe try to raid by some of those villas or something. Maybe not even that. Maybe not even that. Yeah. Because, see, I think India has, like, a really robust defense right now. He's not going to be able to bite through. Especially if he's massing up tons of anti-cav, tons of skirmish. He's kind of going for the pike and shot type thing. Whereas Banar might have to get some spicy shipments out, right? He's got some Mawadanches. That's a start. But what is he going to do after that? Is he going to get some artillery pieces? Is he going to try to somehow acquire some more shipments to get some bigger batches of Mawadanches from the town center Big Bun? Because here's the thing. Mawadanches were a brutal unit. If you look at the stats, they get like 37 hand attack with 2x against muskets. That's brutal. That's really big. 74 range attack, and then the hand attack is like a musket attack. So it's essentially a skirmisher and a musket all in one. Yeah. It's 40% pierce armor. Hit points are great. It's also a shadow tech unit too. So yeah, no, it's a very, very, very spammable unit. Yeah. Which is really, really nice. Yeah. It's a 2-pop unit, obviously, because of its versatility. And of course it's great at killing artillery, of course, if it gets close, because it does hack damage. So it completely ignores the Falconet's armor, too. It's technically good against every unit in the game. Technically. Except, like, boats, I think. Siege attack's 43, actually. Might be good against boats, too. Plus it deals hack damage, right? So even if it uses its other attack against the boat would also be, having some issues, I guess. So, yeah, no. I think the Mao Dutch is one of the few units in the game that counters everything. In the right circumstance, of course. Yeah. But, unfortunately, you don't get to train them. So, only 2 ways to get them. Big buns from the TC. And through one of your war chiefs, too. I'm trying to find the one. This one here. With Jaffe Guanayoka. He gets like 2 pretty good shipments of them. And then he gets an infinite one. So you can actually get them throughout the game if you want. But it's a very slow trickle of them. That each one of them costs like a shipment man. So take advantage of the ones you get early on. Because you'll have to pay a ton of shipments to get them later. And it might not even be efficient at that point. Depending on, you know. Because obviously shipments take forever. And I don't think they get any sort of like Confucian gift or whatever, Confucius gift thing that makes their cards research instantly. So, yeah, they do get an age up, a war chief that ages up that lets shipments arrive faster. So they do get that, but it's not as good as Confucian gift by any means. I don't think it's even like that if you even get an Imperial Age, so. From written memory, of course. Yeah. At least if I recall correctly. Yeah, that's a lot of Malofes there. Here comes the Rajputs, here comes the Gooks. I think you're not going to be able to do much there, right? Yeah. And here comes the below phase now. He's gonna have to be careful there and try to get around them. Yeah. Interesting. Usually Mapuche fast fortresses are really fearsome things. I don't know what happened there. Beats me really bigly there trying to figure out what just happened to him. Tell me about it. I'm like, really? No. Very surprised. Because honestly, for the most part, Mapuche fast fortresses are very good to capitalize on. I just don't know how he led the India game there. Mainly because India wasn't even making their best stuff. He could have gone like a Rumi Mahout or something, and I would have been terrified, but he was just going like Rajputs, which are usually subpar, and Gurks. Gurks are good, but Rajputs, yeah. Back in the day when I didn't know much, I used to always spam Rajputs, and sometimes because the players were just so bad, I would still win, and I had this bias that I thought they were great, but actually they were bad, and then... Yeah, no, it was an interesting thing, for sure. Let's do a second one now, too. Looks like we have somebody that came back. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, man. We're looking at some really good matches here, pretty much. Alright, so Codefender's going Afghans. And Bondar is going Mapuche again. I would not run Mapuche against Afghans, mainly because, well, actually no. If you want to be really scummy and very quick, I think there is a slimy way you can actually beat Afghans and really tick them off really good. What you do is basically with Mapuche, you would take the 5 war chiefs here, all 5 of them. You would run right at the base, and you would harass the Mahawa and siege it down. So that way the Middle Eastern player has to chop 200 wood for another structure again just to get more units. If you can do that, or you could even snipe their madrasa, man, you're in such good shape. Because then they have to change their macro, do everything all over again. But I think it's harder because this is like a thicker building, you know? Well, actually, no. Let me think. How much HP does a house usually have? Looks like these have about 2,400. It might be as much as a barracks. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Is it possible to lame a Mahawa? Maybe. You would have to do it from the very start, though. But I think if you do that to a player, they're going to just take their villagers and start punching your war chiefs. And not let you get anywhere close to doing that. So, yeah, it's a really tough one. enjoy the mukbang while you can. Definitely. Absolutely, dude. What treasure is this, by the way? Oh, it's an animal. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind getting animals because it can help with combat, but I prefer resources usually. Yeah. But as always, animals are great. Animals are great. Animals are great. So, can't complain about having a doggo to follow you around, right? Big scruffy doggo. A wolf. The Pollo Guapo. Now, this is the one you want. The 160 XP treasure. That's really good for Mapuche and their shipment inquiry. He's shipping in 3 bills, by the way. I just don't get how he's taking so slow to age up his Mapuche. I'm usually a lot quicker in age up time, so I don't know what's going on, dude. It's very deadly, though, because Afghans, the more time you give them to, like, age up and get the blue Madrasa to get the free bills, the more you seal your fate. Because if you let an Afghan get all 6, like, blue Madrasa in a sequence, get the Fortress Age, Industrial Age, get those Citadels, start pumping out Duran Line and the Polygamy, then it takes extra work to fight them, because again, free villagers out of these really defensible structures called the Citadels. Again, free military out there, free sepoys, the guard upgrade ones. And that they get into Imperial, then of course they pick up the Imperial upgrade too for free. And then you have to deal with that mess, so yeah, it's a really spicy situation. And so he's aged up now. He did one of the red Madrasa techs, so he has a Dual Talab and an extra Explorer now. So that should help him out. Picking up another yellow one. Yellow Madrasa techs, by the way, give you more of the gold bushes around your TC. And it also increases their capacity too, so they contain more gold. Back before, yellow Madrasa techs used to cheapen your Fallons, but apparently it was both OP at the start and then it was just useless later. So they decided to change it to allow the gold bushes to contain more gold, making your gold bushes more valuable throughout the match, which in the end ended up becoming a better feature, I think, for the users. Yeah, it ended up becoming a much better thing at that stage, totally. Yeah, I was just checking to make sure my mic was plugged in. It looks like it is. Some more wood coming in. Yeah, wood's a very important resource for Afghans. It's how you get the blue Madrasa techs, which are your best ones. It's also how you get some of your best units. The Waltalabs, Jazailchis, those are all wood units. Plus, if you want to make like Chaliks, your spearmen, or your Zambaraks and other artillery, you need wood for that too. Yeah, Afghans are really relying on wood. I actually include multiple wood chopping cards instead of loaded tree hadith. Loaded tree hadith is literally just Middle Eastern distributivism, basically. So it's like a wood trickle, the same rate, more or less. Loya Jurga. All your nomads transform into Mahalo wagons. This one I am interested in using, but I'll only use it if I have Kochi Nomads done first. Because Kochi Nomads gets your build limit of these guys up by like 3 or something. Then you could get like 5 Mahalas, and that's like 100 pop. Plus all the XP bounty from constructing them all. So, yeah, I think that's personally a little bit more enticing to me.
و چی نیاز دارید؟
I see he's getting a string of madrasa texts now, which I think is very good. Because usually when you get to this stage of Afghan gameplay, things are typically in very good shape, yeah. It's quite nice. What else? It's got 2 shipments available. I'm assuming he's saving it up for the citadels. Yeah, that's what I would go for. Because once you get all 3 citadels up, you're in pretty good shape. And then you just combine these in with it, Duran line and polygamy. You get the most. I like how he's trying to siege his madrasa, because he can shut him down right here doing this. and effectively cut off his ability to get madrasa techs until he builds another one for 200 wood. He has 200 wood, he can do it, but it'd just be annoying and it would probably get in his enemy's head. Okay, he just got the Fortress Age now, so things are definitely going to get a bit more heated. Since now he can ship in the bigger shipment of Giselle cheese, he can get Army of Kandahar to get 3 Nokars and 10 Duratalebs. And then of course he can turtle up with these too. Worst would be is if he gets to like Industrial Age and then he pops out like 16 Sarbazan, 14 Gizelchi, 12 Ogdali, or then these big dual Toab masses. Of course I have to send in the Ramline and Polygamy since those should always come first. Ooh, the Madrasa just went down. Just exploded that. The choice of Wind and Two-Phase is a real interesting one. Because the Wind and Two-Phase are essentially just Dragoons for the Mapuche, but they have an enormously high range attack. It does like a ton of damage. Like they start out with a base range attack of like 30. That's a lot of damage. 30 range attack is pretty huge. Allows him to get a lot of damage done, yeah. Then if you get to this stage, he's gonna get the Shaman again. Likely to allow his villagers to trickle more XP while they work so he can get more shipments. He is banking up 2 shipments though, so I just don't know what he's gonna get. Because he could get I think it's Walla Wad Mad Babu, that card that gives him all the market text for free. And that's one I usually like. Yeah. Because, see, I never build a market as Mapuche until I get to, like, Imperial Age. And I just send Wada Almad Mapu, or whatever it is. Walad Mapu, that's one. Walad Mapu. To get, like, the first 2 hunting techs, the 2 mining techs, and then the 3 wood chopping techs. The only thing you have to get later is, like, the Imperial Age wood tech. But that's pretty easy at that stage. And essentially, it causes your score to, like, go up exponentially. And as long as you have hunts and mines on the map and you can control them and you can keep your vills alive, your score just goes astronomical. Yeah, because it's a Fortress Age and then you can combine in good units. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Mapuche fast fortresses are typically very good. Or semi-fast fortresses even. So I'm very surprised Bondar got collapsed so easily the last game. Now, he's got a real opponent to deal with. You know? Afghans are no joke. Gizelchis, literal snipers, longbowmen level range, even with, and then later on with one of the advanced gunsmith cards, and they become like the Yaoman longbowmen with even more range. And to mention all the good melee troops again, all the gunpowder units, and then you got yourself a real reckoning mess. Yeah, totally. I think he's going to get Industrial Age real soon, too, because I can see that Madrasa decks he's getting. And that's sort of the ones you get as you get closer to, like, getting to Industrial Age, yeah. Definitely. Actually, no. Wait a second. He's only on the 3rd Blue Madrasa deck. It's like the third one, man. Torah. Not to be confused with the Jewish Torah. Torah. Doesn't have the H in it to be the Torah. Yeah. I don't know, dude. It's looking really interesting to say the least, yeah. That's all I'm going to say about it.
زه ټپي یم او حرکت نشم کولی.
Oh, now he's working the Wombo combo, Winatufes and Mawadanches. Yeah, these are some of their best power units, too.
زه ټپي یم او
The
حرکت
bullet
نشم
throwers, man. Yeah, no. Really feels like the Ewok from Return of the Jedi, taking out stormtroopers and stuff. I think at least the Family Guy interpretation had the Bola warriors and stuff taking out stormtroopers and like breaking their ankles and stuff. Yeah, kind of what he's doing to Codefender right now.
زه ټپي یم او حرکت نشم کولی. زه اوس ښه شم. زه ټپي یم او حرکت نشم کولی. هو زه اوس ښه شم.
Looks like it's getting to the point that Codefender actually needs the pomegranates from his founds to get the food bushes, yeah. It wouldn't be Age of Empires without berries. Wouldn't be Age of Empires without fruit. It's not a berry, it's a fruit, right? Is a pomegranate a berry or a fruit? I don't know. That's a good question. Good information for my Plants vs. Zombies stuff. Is a pomegranate a fruit or a berry? Yeah. How is Bondar's eco, by the way? So his food is rocking right now. Rocking like a robin. He actually is just getting the veteran Winatufe upgrade now. It's kind of scary to think that he's been able to do this good with them without even picking up the vet upgrade yet. Very disturbing.
الحركات نشم كولا.
Alright, so it looks like the Maudanches and Manatofes are actually pushing in deep. Is that right? And he's got some Boca Fuegos too. Boca Fuegos are basically mortar culverin hybrids. So great against buildings and great against artillery, basically, yeah. And also some of the few artillery units in the game that just cost food and wood, which is very rare, yeah. And they're actually a shared canon among all the South American natives too. So Tupi get them, and the Inca get them as well. It's kind of funny he's using like anti-infantry cannons to kill culverins. Yeah, I know. He still had to retreat though with his Boca Fuegos, it looks like. Because he doesn't even really care to use them for like the culverin purpose. He just wants to use them for sieging, it looks like. That Sepoy almost killed his can. Look at it, it's like down so much. He's going to have to roll in again and start blasting his citadel again. Yeah. Because now you got this problem where he's going to keep getting free Sepoys because of Duran line. And it's going to force you to constantly have to keep battling stuff time and time again, man. It's like crazy. Yeah, no, it definitely is. It's definitely insane. Hey, thanks for casting. Have a good stream and evening. You too, man. You too, HVNI. It's pretty fun getting to stream these sort of things. Yeah, definitely. Hopefully you can get me some good recordings going forward. It's kind of bad that all the treaty ones fumbled, but yeah, we can only pray for the best of the future ones, right? Yeah, totally. 100%. Oh, he just had his 6th war chief, yeah. Yeah, so apparently Mapuche get a 6th war chief too. You don't just get 5, they get another one as well. The 6th one is cavalry related and has all sorts of cavalry shipments and upgrades, which is very helpful for things like Winatufes. Even upgrades the Maodanches too, alongside the Winatufes. So in many ways, going Winatufe Maodanshi is a great combo because they both get upgraded by the same cards. So he's trying to take it out as Pokhara now. This is essentially a Mapuche fort. Yeah. They actually have some really good stats. It's 25 pierce attack with like 3 splash. Brutal building. Oh, it shreds through stuff so well. Just took out his cannons too. God. That's not good. And you got the 4 attack out now. That's crazy. That's insane. Tell me about.
نشم کولای.
Ooh, he still somehow got the Pokhara down. Wow. Most unexpected. It's really anyone's game still, I think, but it's sort of leaning towards the Afghan player because at least he's sort of in the industrial age at this point. Yeah, that definitely makes a huge difference for sure. Most definitely it does. Yep, this is the hit point thing for the Winatufe and the Maodanchis, so that'll actually be a good thing to get. If you want to get another huge batch of Maodanchis, I suggest he tries to go to like Industrial Age and get the big beefy batch of them. Yeah. Plus they'll be Shadow Tech to guard at that point, which will make him even better. Ooh, the Chief. Yeah, good pick. Good pick indeed. He just got to Industrial Age now, but guess what? The Afghan is in Imperial Age, yeah. Regulated Gizelchi, regulated Dweltalab. Coming in pretty deep, right? Yeah, no, totally. Regulated, by the way, is the Imperial upgrade, so these are like literally Imperial, complete Imperial army at this point. Yeah, the Dweltalab Gizelchi combo is the one I do pretty often. It's like really good. Since Dwells are great at killing skirms and artillery, Zales will slaughter the skirms and the dragoons, and then the Sepoy is good against handcav. So it kind of covers all your bases if you can just run those three things in sort of a formation. Wow. That just shows you the power of Imperial Age Afghans. Once you get Afghans get to like industrial age and you don't know what you're doing, things get really tricky very quickly. Yeah, totally. So I was thinking, maybe we could try asking if they want to do a Bolero match now, maybe? Yeah, no, let's try it just real quick, and if not, I'll just look at a few more games with you. Because I know that before we were going to maybe do a Boar's Libby match, and then people didn't show up, so I don't know if you want me to do one or not. Before we get into, like, Star Wars later. Yeah, big time. Let me get the lobby going and see what we got. Alright, let me ping for the Wars Liberty folk if they want to do a match or not, just to see. Just curious as curious, George, if anyone wants to. If not, that's fine. I'll just cast up some more stuff for the next hour, and then we'll do our HVV Chaos Star Wars session. Yeah. It's like Fufi's writing a message, I don't know what. Oh, he wrote a message saying that he can't. Hmm. Alright, well, in that case, no other takers, right? Oh, I guess we keep casting then, right? Yeah, no. That'll have to do. Pig, that'll do. Yep, let's do it. Let me look at what recordings we should do then in the list here. I don't even know which ones I want to try next. I'll be a bit more talkative now since I finished up the guacamole stuff. Why don't we do the Nathan ones and take a break from Codefender and do the Nathan ones? Let him cook and Tiatanat. I want to know what that let him cook one is. It sounds like a really special thingy-majiggy there. Yeah. Let him cook. Must be a very, very special strategy to name it like that. Let's do it. Awesome.
Muay Thai. Qui ça vous voulez me faire?
Oui. Ça qu'a fait.
Ça cap fait. Moi parler.
Moi Paris. Chassé.
Muay Thai. Ça qu'a fait.
Let him cook is a team game, but oh, wait a second. So this is not an ordinary team game. Whoa, wait a second now. Wait a second. I thought this was just some random match. This is very, very interesting. So we got Nathan and Ringo versus Sagawai and Samurai Revolution. Yep, the Claymore from, he's the new Samrev. This is Samurai Revolution, folks, playing a Wars Libya game. I wish we could do something, could have done something to commemorate this match, but, wow. Boy, did I pick a good one to do. Yeah, no, tell me about. Yeah, with literally Samurai Revolution here. Teamed up with Saga, his friend. Going up against Ringo and Nathan. This is going to be a really good one. Yeah, so, Samrev is playing France. Sagawai is playing Haiti. Nathan is playing France himself. And Ringo's playing Peru because he likes Peru. And I learned an interesting fact about Ringo today, by the way. So Ringo lately has been doing a challenge for himself as a Peru player where he wins games without building a barracks or a stable. Yeah. And Gavas said the most scariest thing I've ever heard in my life about an FBE. Oh man. Gavas, what are you saying, dude? How do you even come up with stuff like that? I don't know. I'm awfully disturbed thinking of that. I'm not even thinking of that. I'm just focused on watching Samrev beat these guys on a 2v2. Oh, I bet he's gonna sweep the floor with them. Yeah, because if I remember, this new Samrev is actually a really good dude. Yeah. Really skilled player. That's kind of interesting. So if you stick to the D type build order, you actually only get like 11 bills instead of 13 like in D. Is that right? I never realized that. That's crazy, man. Wow. How is Nathan doing with a higher Vilk? This is so interesting. So actually going up with the 14 Village Rage up actually ages you up faster than going with the Definitive Edition style set up with the Senscalates. Wow. Who would have guessed that? Yep, I've ran into that before where I've tried to run like Definitive Edition concepts in Wars of Liberty and the logic just doesn't work. Wow. And what is Gaffa sending in the Discord there? It's like, dude, that's scary, man. Why are you coming up with that stuff? Too much Castle Triumph, I think, has gone to his brain. Too much Castle Triumph. Ooh, the Artisan. Yep, he's going up with the Artisan, so that's Core Master. He's going up with Artisan too, right? Yep. Well, you can tell that he plays very differently because look at all the upgrade cards he's got for combat. He's got all the combat cards. He's got all the ones for the Musket Grenadier line, the Hussar Cuirassier line, and then the ones for the Range Cavalry too. So the Chaucers and the Dragoons. Wow, that's crazy, dude. Oh yeah, no, big time. And even the ones for the Volunteers and Pikemen as well. Plus he's got Thoroughbreds. Thoroughbreds in this mod is kind of poop because it only improves the movement speed of cab, which is kind of
Oui. Oui. Très bien.
Alright, he's gonna get another Senscalate, right? Yep. So he's going Hussar at the stable. Pretty interesting option. It's a very good rating option. Whereas Nathan is going Pikeman spam. Boy, if those two connect, I think Nathan is in great shape. Yeah. Now he's getting a wood shipment too, so he's in pretty good shape. See, Samrev is going to play much like a DE player here. Whereas Nathan is playing purely from a Wars Liberty point of view. Where are those pikemen? Right there. He's gonna retreat him into the TC, right? Yeah.
Très bien. Oui. Votre ordre?
gotta admire Sagawai's spam of Escopateros, though. He's definitely causing a bit of a headache for Nathan. He's also coming in with more pikards now, yeah. Alright, so looks like Samrev's gonna have to come back and help help his friend there, yeah.
J'ai repris des forces. Prêt. Votre ordre, oui.
Ooh, got the pikeman around the Mosquiteros now. Wow. Yeah, man, looks like Sagawai's a bit in trouble now. Plus he's gonna get attacked deeper. What's Claymore up to, though? Is Claymore oh, he's going for a Fortress Age. He's going for a Fortress Age right now. God, Nathan, what are you doing, man? You're being Samrev. God. Oh, no. This is scary, dude. He's like actually beating Samrev's team. Just spamming pikemen and rifles. Really, it's not even that hard of a strategy. It's just pike and shot with French. Yeez. You might be able to beat Revnak doing this stuff, man. Wow. Wow. I think Samrev got destroyed by thinking that the build order for the French was the same as Definitive, and that's sent back so far. Because now Nathan has such a big head start, and now he's like absolutely annihilating. Yeah, this is really brutal, man. Now his TC's down. It's gonna get some houses down. This is crazy.
J'ai repris des forces.
I see Claymore spamming the Chowsaurs now, so that should be interesting. Yeah, totally. I think, though, Nathan has the advantage still. Yeah, he definitely does. Because all he has to do is just keep spamming pikemen and volunteers, and he should be set. Plus, he has a Hussar shipment, too, that he can charge the Chowsaurs with. Really good shape right now. Wow. I can't believe Nathan actually beat Samrev in a team game just by spamming pikemen and like volunteers and stuff. That's like so crazy, man. Wow. Oh god. And what was Ringo doing the whole time? Ringo was just hanging out in the background, just going to industrial age and stuff too. I don't think Ringo even did squat. No, he got a couple of Fenians. That's it. Oh man, Nathan did all that work by himself. He beat 2 people in a 2v1, including Samrev. Now you know why this league is going to be so good, because we got people like this competing in it. People like Nathan, we got Jeff, we got Eternity, we got Kaiser, we got our best people in this event that I'm going to be casting for like 4 to 5 months. This is going to be a really good event. I hope you all like watch it when I start casting it, because these are the people that we're having in this event. Actual experts in the mod. So much that not even Sam Rev could hold up against them, man. This is scary, dude. Wow. This is historic. I thought that Sam Rev was going to pull a whole Goimistan codefender thing on him. Just beat out everybody. But yeah, no. You come to Wars of Liberty territory, you got some real competition here. Pretty much. Tiata with 2 A's. Which one is it? This one. So this is a 1v1, right? If it's a Varingo versus Nathan one, it's going to be pretty fun. So yeah, let's see how this one turns out. Yeah, no, totally. Yep, looking forward to it. I don't know if Ringo's doing his no barracks or stable challenge or not, so we'll see. With Peru, of course. And then Nathan is doing France. I think usually I've been able to really cream Ringo using France whenever he plays Peru. It's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
Très bien.
Alright, so what deck is he using, Nathan? So it looks like it's a pretty aggressive deck, but you do have a bit of eco. You got the gold standard and refrigerates 3. Gold standard, the one there with the gold bars and coins, that's basically replacing Royal Mint. So it affects all the coin rates. Refrig, you know that. Royal Decree is very similar to the 5th edition. At least the eco one is. Gathering rates for all resources. But the thing they really changed with the coup d'etat there was the units that you get. So you get like veteran Alpinis in Fortress Age, and then Guard Cazadors in Age 4. Voltaguares de la Garde and Trupas de Montigne. Yeah. Agent up is the Artisan, very nice. And then Ringo is also gonna. He's actually behind in age up time. It's not like. And then he's still training Vil. How is he so behind? What's he doing? See, this is like a really dumb move in like a real game. You never, ever, ever get the Explorer upgrade before you get your Vils. You always get your Vils first. If you want to get your Explorer thing, you get that like second. But there's a reason why he's doing this, by the way. He's doing it because he wanted to get some treasures And he wants to combine it with Pulverizzo, so he can start building landmines underneath Nathan's feet. He'll send his troops flying into the sky. I'm not even kidding. They will go flying into the sky when you use it. Alright, he's getting Pulverizzo now, and he's basically just going to get a ton of landmines around his base. Yep. I bet Nathan already knows what's coming, though, so he'll be 20 steps ahead. That's why he's pushing out the volunteers, so he can already get a head start on it, basically. Yeah. Totally.
ahorita. A la mía.
Señor.
He's getting the landmines set up. Did he get any of them set up already, or is he nah? Here we go. Here comes the landmines. Here's the first one. See, he's not paying attention. He's gonna walk right over. He just took out 4 of them. Oh God! Now he has to. Now he's gonna leave because he knows what he's doing now. Smarty. Oh man. He knows exactly what he's doing to him. Feels like Zeus couldn't play in Boston Heroes versus Villains. No, really, that's what it reminds me of, seeing this sort of thing. Because he plays Boston, he gets the landmines up and he beats the Luke, the Anakin, the Leia, the Chewie. Start going boom, 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 boom. Zeus cutting him so bad. no. I wish we could rewind that and see that again. How much died from that? That was 3 landmines combined. Oh god, what was that? Where were the people to witness this stuff? Nobody's around watching this but me. Alright, now okay, yeah, he's getting smart. He's knowing how to dodge the landmines. Oh, he's gonna build more on top of him right now. Look at this. I think this is enough distance, and then you can hit him with it. Oh, yep, definitely got him. This is like trolling hour. Oh god, this is so spooky, man. Let's get him with more landmines. Oh. And then he's got Zamaritos to kill these pikemen now. Great. So now he's got military too. This is an interesting challenge. Not building a barracks or a stable, just relying on immigrants and landmines. This is actually really intelligent stuff.
Mis fuerzas regresaron.
Mi taita?
This is insane. Like, look at how many deaths are caused by these landmines. Can't make this stuff up. You really can't make this stuff up. And he's still setting up landmines where he's going to put his next TC. Still doing it.
Anferalam Kabrula.
Alright, the TC's up and now he's shipping in more Zamoritos right now. I find it very fascinating how Ringo's actually running this so well and being so tactical with this. He's actually doing the challenge pretty much properly here. No, he's doing a great job actually. No, if you like watch this, he's getting a lot of kills. He's stalling so well. And Ringo obviously could get Fortress Age at any time too. He's adding in Grenadiers now, which to me, I don't really know if that's going to fix the problem. It might not. Because here's the thing, he's going for minimalist infantry here. He's going with mostly landmines. So if you're going to start making more food and gold troops, you're going to stay in Age 2, and Ringo's eventually going to find his way to Fortress Age. And then hit you hard with, you know, stuff later on. Yeah, no. Look at what he's doing. He's actually trying to go around where the landmines might be by pivoting his troops around the circle there, basically, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna have to hug the perimeter with landmines if he wants to get maximum kills on these guys. Yeah, pretty much. Good thing about Zamoritos too is they're based on green jackets, so they actually outrange these volunteers by like 2 range. So he'll be able to get like a ton of kill value and damage value out of them, which is quite nice. Yeah. Oh, with Grenadiers you can use extra range. That's actually really good. Oh wow, that's actually really smart, dude. Wow, man. Insane, man. Let's see if we... Oh, and then he has to ransom the Explorer right away. Oh my god. That's so scary, man. But now he's gonna get the landmines going again. This is like crazy testing the limits right here of science. Got another landmine. Oh my, this is like crazy, dude, what he's doing to, oh. Got another TC down though. That's good. Got another TC down at least. So maybe if he pulls his TC back, it'll force him into more landmines and wipe him out, yeah. I don't know how he's doing this. And more landmines. Alright. More grenadiers down. Ringo's winning the long game here somehow. I don't know how he's doing it, but he is. He's somehow winning the long game here really good. Well, he's eventually going to have to go like H3 and get like some plantations for gold so he can keep doing landmines, but still. Kind of a spicy situation he's putting his opponent in right now. Yeah. Yeah, you really can't make this stuff up, man, what he's doing to him. It's like insane. In the membrane. So they're only 35 wood. I thought they were more than that. Actually, really affordable in wood. The things you learn, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so what time is it now? It's 10:48, huh? Yeah, let's do some HVV chaos, I think, yeah. I think people are tired of hearing me yap. Let's do some action, man. Action Jackson. Get my keyboard out and we'll begin right now. Actually, let me check to see if there's enough rooms. There's not enough slots, we can do another rec, but I always like to check first. Okay, we got 3 slots available, so let's do it.
Ally landing, moving to assist. Only a few seconds.
Nonsense is this?
Count Dooku has entered the battle.
Solo, hyper slaves, the competition.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble.
Death comes to the defenders of the light.
Do you know
The galaxy rejoices. Never before have we seen such an all-star cast of great heroes and vile villains joined together in this, the universe's ultimate showdown. Witness the power of the dark side. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype.
A powerful enemy has joined the battle.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
I feel your doubt.
Count Dooku has come to oversee the battle.
Who's that? Some kind of Republic hero?
A historic game by the masters of cruelty. Solo, hyper slaves, the competition.
Let Apollo think of you now.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble. Whoever that is, we'll take the help. Uh-oh, a new enemy has landed.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
Readjust priorities. The conflict is only half over.
Ally arriving. This should be good. New enemy. Threat level maximum.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
The enemy has a new squad commander.
I won't give up!
Count Dooku is here.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
A new ally has landed.
Evil slithers past our heroes.
An ally has arrived. Coordinate attack.
The dark side continues to eclipse the light.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition. Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Wow, our new enemy sure is strong.
Dooku is here.
The light is immediately snuffed out.
Setting up a shot.
Legends will rise from the sand of a planet only Jabba could love. They will also fall because other legends are trying to kill them. Evil's domination continues. Witness the power of the dark side. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. A historic game by the masters of cruelty.
Watch out! Enemy leader on sight! Enough. Separatist leader is on the ground. Unknown enemy leader on sight. Those droids are following someone. Can't ID.
Kill your leader if they live.
Give me a few seconds.
Villainy carves a path toward victory.
Setting up a shot.
light side.
Unidentified enemy deploying to the field.
Evil slithers past our heroes. Score one for the good guys. A commanding lead for quickness and light. Your domination is not as complete as you think. Still halfway to go. The villainous killing spree continues.
Give up easy. Signatures locked.
Bangs out.
All hail the Dark Lord of Kill Streaks.
Here we go.
Body count 2-2 is on a roll. royal rampage.
Whoever that is, we'll take the helm.
Death comes at light speed for the unprepared villain.
Unidentified enemy. Threat level maximum.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
Alright, sis. Make it count.
Count Dooku is here. Boss has come to hunt the clones.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Nice, 50% complete. That Jedi is skywalking over the competition. The only counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
Ally on sight! Never seen droids so scared!
There'll be no escape for your pleasure sensors on Kessel today. Brace yourself for fights so captivating, you'll need a memory wipe just to sleep at night. Death comes at light speed for the unprepared villain.
Someone's helping us out!
historic game by the masters of cruelty. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
I'll be a few seconds. Unidentified enemy on the battlefield. Allied reinforcements have arrived. All of us were born to fight. I'll be a few seconds. Superior ally deployed to our site.
Don't get cocky.
New ally on site. Coming through droids. The Count has just joined the Clankers.
The raging web is on a Kylo spree.
Someone's landing. Enemy leader, maybe. Delivering the kill. Ally on site. Never seen droids so scared. Superior ally taken to the battlefield.
The dying will continue until your killing improves by 50%.
showed up. Got a friend on site. Setting up a shot. Ally landing, moving to assist. Someone's helping us out. Give me a few seconds. Delivering the kill.
Mightiest warrior of the universe, meet on the battlefront to decide once and for all who shall rule the galaxy. The dark side begins the executions.
Superior ally deployed to our site. Allied reinforcements have arrived. Setting up a shot. Unknown enemy leader on site. sight. Superior ally taken to the battlefield. For the honor of our brothers. I'll be a few seconds. Got assistance! Ally deploying! Count Dooku has entered the battle. All of the rear ally deployed to our sight. Ally on sight. A lot of firepower. An ally just landed.
Your domination is not as complete as you think. Still halfway to go. Death comes to the defenders of the light. The Geonosians have a saying. Too bad I don't speak Geonosian, but it definitely doesn't sound like good news for our combatants. Worse than disintegration for the heroes.
yourself. Dark side consumes. Witness my glory. Beware their desperation. Enemy has gathered for me. Your empire needs you! I have no use for farewell. Cannot endure.
New countries, 50% of the required carnage.
We remain
Boba Fett
here.
ends the round and prepares to bill for services rendered.
Count Dooku has come to oversee the battle.
Forces moving.
The Force has already abandoned the galaxy's defenders. Please join me in welcoming today's contestants. They have joined us here in this arena, coming from all corners of the galaxy to do battle across the eras. May the best side prevail.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here. Count Dooku is here. Sith Lord has joined us. Maul is here.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Halfway to victory. Hooray. The Emperor of Extermination strikes again.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
Ally arriving. Threat level maximum.
A fed worse than disintegration for the heroes. Chosen one, countless victims.
Count Dooku is here.
The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
Count Dooku has come to oversee the battle.
The battle's barely underway, and already a villain has fallen. Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype.
New enemy. Threat level maximum.
The less evil team takes the lead. Down and dirty tactics pay off for the dark side. For one, for the good guys. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time.
That's not a clone. Who's that?
Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Top tier ally landing.
Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? Heroes winning is becoming a stereotype. A commanding lead for goodness and life. All hail the Dark Lord of Kill Streaks.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
The Raging Ren is on a Kylo spree.
Whoever that is, we'll take the help.
I'm getting tired of
landed.
You are midway to power and glory. A wealth of victims for Lando Calrissian.
Count Dooku is here.
New ally landing. An ally has arrived. Coordinate attack.
Cover incoming.
New enemy detected. Supreme threat.
A bet worse than disintegration for the heroes. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Come with me, Father.
Chosen one, countless victims.
Republic ally arriving. Big trouble.
Chosen one, countless victims.
Count Dooku has come to oversee the battle.
Darth Vader, proving once again, no one ends an argument like a Dark Lord of the Sith.
Had them trapped me.
The Wampas will eat well tonight. Warm up the bacta tanks because dinner is about to be served. Mouth-watering warriors at the ready. Lead taken by scary-looking enemies.
Make ready.
Witness the power of the dark side. victims.
You make me helpless.
We'll do this together. Go!
Chosen one, countless victims.
Will they surrender, do you think? Bring all weapons to bear.
Path to ultimate bragging rights, 50% complete. Chosen one, countless victims.
Ready yourself.
of victims for Lando Calrissian.
Are expected.
Chosen one, countless victims.
Dash them to pieces. There is Lewis. Make ready.
Chosen one, countless victims.
Fight with my blessing.
Destiny proved no match for the villains daring to challenge the legendary Anakin Skywalker.
Right here. All your needs will be. Every part. I made a mistake. Mistake? Yes. Mark.
New ally on site! Coming through, droids!
Heroes, villains, and a battle station so deadly they had to build it twice. Drawn together by the tractor beam of fate for my personal amusement. The villainous killing spree continues.
Public reinforcements landing!
on a royal rampage.
Frightened creatures.
A wealth of victims, Orlando Calrissian. A threat worse than disintegration for the heroes.
You may attack.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
There. Decimate them. You have failed.
Chosen one, countless victims. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Chosen one, countless victims.
They see our forces. Your family has been of great use. This
50% more terminations until flattery commences. Destiny proves no match for the villains daring to challenge the legendary Anakin Skywalker. The only counting today will be the stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
I'm out of it for a little while.
Real trouble. New enemy on sight.
The powers of good waste no time and score first. The less evil team takes the lead. Do you like your catastrophes with a dash of salt? Then deactivate those empathy protocols because today is your lucky day.
Unidentified ally has arrived.
The pacifists are crushing the competition.
An ally has joined the battle.
Villainy seals the lead. Evil's domination continues. Solo hyperslays the competition.
Wow, our new enemy sure is strong. A powerful enemy has joined the battle.
Dark Maul is here to strike fear into the enemy.
An enemy commander is on site. Imperial reinforcements landing. Elite agent deployed.
Rebel commander on the ground.
Take him!
if you want to emerge victorious.
Some new rebels tearing through our troops.
Solo hyperslaves the competition.
Rebel commander on the battlefield.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
The Republic has a new ally.
A wealth of victims for Lando Calrissian.
Organic ally arriving. Republic ally arriving. Big trouble. Ally arriving. Threat level maximum.
Organa's filling the garbage chute.
We have been joined by Darth Maul.
out. Attention. Quiet walk in the woods has been postponed until all the bodies have been disposed of. Finn's got raging Rathdar on the villains.
New ally landing. Unidentified ally has arrived.
No better than that.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
New enemy on the battlefield. Looks like trouble.
Count Dooku is here.
The Emperor of Extermination strikes again.
A powerful enemy has joined the battle. Uh-oh, a new enemy has landed. Unidentified enemy. Threat level maximum.
Recalibrate murderous instinct. You're only halfway there.
The Republic has a new ally. You've got help. Great help. Unidentified enemy. Powerful enemy.
Something's coming.
A Sith Lord has joined us. Maul is here.
Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Oh, nice shooting!
Palpatine closes out the match with the tough type of diplomacy he's become famous for.
Oh yeah,
Evil's domination continues. Evil slithers past our heroes.
I think we can slip right by.
The villainous killing spree continues. Vince gone raging Rathdar on the villains.
I can get us past. idea. Sharp. I think you can see him. I think we can slip right by.
Bodyguard Cuckoo is on a royal rampage.
Man, I hope this works.
the villains. Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage. A set worse than disintegration for the heroes.
We had some guy that went what fucking 110. Holy shit.
Elite ally on the ground!
Death comes to the defenders of the light. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time.
Ally landing! Looks like we got a friend!
Who is that? Imperial Elite on the ground!
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
You friendly on the ground! special combatant on the ground.
Expect worse than disintegration for the heroes.
Enemies running scared. Unidentified ally on sight.
Enemy leader taking point!
Enemy elite on sight. Watch out. Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground.
That Jedi is skywalking over the competition.
Unidentified ally fighting stormtroopers.
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
Some kind of special combatant on the ground.
Kill spree halfway completed.
Enemy elite on sight. Watch out.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Elite ally on the ground!
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
We're getting Jedi support. Luke Skywalker is here. Enemy's running scared. Unidentified ally on sight.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Enemy leader taking point!
Unidentified ally fighting stormtroopers.
Ally landing! Looks like we got a friend!
Boba Fett ends the round and prepares to build for services rendered. Tatooine's favorite son saves the day. The Force will be with Luke Skywalker. Always.
All units rejoice. Count Dooku is here.
Never has evil been humiliated so quickly.
That's not a clone. Who's that?
Villainy carves a path toward victory. Evil's domination continues. The villainous killing spree continues. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time.
A powerful enemy has joined the battle.
power of the dark side.
Real trouble. New enemy on sight.
Don't test me.
Republic hero on sight.
Get up a leg now.
Evil slithers past our heroes. The less evil team takes the lead. Enemy steals the lead. Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. Lead taken by scary-looking enemies. A historic game by the masters of cruelty. The pacifists are crushing the competition. A commanding lead for goodness and life. Good is triumphing over ineptitude.
The Republic has a new ally.
The dark side continues to eclipse the light.
Looks like it's just you.
Villainy caused a path toward victory.
Who's that? Some kind of Republic hero?
Give it.
Ally on sight.
Domination by the light side. Evil's domination continues. Witness the power of the dark side.
Real trouble. New enemy on sight.
The less evil team takes the lead. Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. Body Count Dooku is on a royal rampage. device 50% complete.
Never come. Beta. Sense of darkness.
Some hotshot is deploying to assist. Don't know who.
Body count Dooku is on a royal rampage.
Command send us an ally. Now arriving. Specialized combatant deployed to assist.
I'm getting tired of this.
Rebel reinforcements. Some kind of elite soldier.
Priority target. Rebel commander landing.
Lord Vader is here. Redouble your efforts.
How many arms does Grievous need? The only counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
Yo, turn off that mic. Yup.
Hear me, right? Okay, good. I think I'm gonna finish now, just so I can get ready for work tomorrow. Got an 8 hour plus stream, which I was super proud and stoked about. So yeah, thank you all for coming. I'm signing off now. See you all mañana for the next stream.